You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10, empty set. Walk down the field, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts. Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. MLB trade deadline is upon us, and we will keep you up to date as the show rolls along. We're here live 3 to 5, and then tonight, a special MLB trading deadline special. We will come on 1 hour before first pitch, 6:20 Eastern. If you haven't already, like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Find Braves Country HD today. Looking at the schedule for Major League Baseball as the Atlanta Braves continue to wheel and deal and make additions. We'll go over those as well. Tonight, they'll host the Los Angeles Angels. Braves dropped game 1, a tough one, 4-1 last night. But tonight, it's Spencer Strider night. He'll come in 11-3, 3.73 ERA, 199 strikeouts through just 123 innings. He's given up 36 walks and 18 home runs. He'll face Pablo Sandoval, who's 6-7 with a 4.13 ERA. Braves come into tonight favored -250 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Other games of interest, Phillies and Marlins, the 2 teams right behind the Braves in the NL East. They're going head-to-head down in South Beach. Sandy Alcantara versus Ranger Suarez. Miami -135, over-under 7.5. Nationals host the Brewers, 7:05 Eastern. Gray versus Peralta. The Mets are at the Royals. Jose Quintana versus Zach Greinke. Games outside the NL East that have playoff implications. Rays are at the Yankees. That's your TBS game of the night. 7:05 first pitch, Zach Eflin versus Carlos Rodon. Orioles and Blue Jays, 7:07. Bradish versus Ryu. He's coming off the IL for Toronto for the first time in a long time. Twins are at the Cardinals, 7:45. Lopez versus Mikolas. His 5-game suspension is being appealed and is not expected to be addressed before game time tonight. White Sox at the Rangers at 8:05. Heaney on the mound. The Reds are at the Cubs, 8:05 first pitch. Lively versus Justin Steele. Cleveland at the Astros, Gavin Williams and Framber Valdez. The Padres, who appear to still be buying, they head to the Rockies. 8:40 first pitch, -178 on the money line. Red Sox are at the Mariners. Brian Bayo on the bump. The Giants host the Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen versus Alex Cobb. Your late pitch tonight, 10:10. You can find it on ESPN Plus with the Dodgers hosting the Oakland Athletics. Lance Lynn will make his LA debut tonight, 6-9 with a 6.47 ERA. And there's nothing official, but it appears that Florida State and Clemson are heading to the Big Ten. Rumors flying around left and right. Sports Illustrated breaking a story this afternoon. What the implications could be as it unfolds, we'll react. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Almond Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? Try to save the pump. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Took them only a few months, and Verlander said, "To hell with the Mets, I'm out of here."
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? You're just missing, or if you missed it, news just broke a little while ago that Justin Verlander is heading back to the Houston Astros for 2 outfield prospects. And we'll get the details here in a bit, but it sounds like the Mets are paying quite the freight to get rid of Verlander. They paid quite the freight to get rid of Max Scherzer. And so that's what we got going on right now is the Atlanta Braves have brought in their version of their moves so far. Right now, we've been focusing on relief. Remember something. Atlanta Braves will make a move at the last minute. That has been Anthopoulos' MO. It always has been. I think it always will be. He did make the move for Brad Hand today. For those of y'all who may not be familiar with Brad Hand, he is a veteran left-hander. He was on the 2016 Cleveland Indians squad, and he has been a very good left-handed pitcher over his time. Now, obviously, this is not a big splashy move, but at the same token, it's a step in the right direction. The Padres, by the way, they made a trade today, and they brought in G-Man Choi and Rich Hill, and looks like they're going to get Alfonso Rivas and a pair of minor leaguers in exchange for that move. I don't know about that. I'm not really impressed by bringing in Rich Hill. I don't think we were told they were going to go for it, that they were going to go out there and get in the Verlander sweepstakes. And it appears that they said, to hell with that. We're good. And that's where we sit right now. Rich Hill is way past his prime. He is in his, I think he's 43, somewhere like that. Somewhere in that neighborhood, 43, about to be 44 years old. And he's gotten clubbed around. And honestly, Rich Hill it's not really an acquisition you're going to get excited about. He's a left. Yeah. Okay. He's 43. That's what I thought. 43 years old, junk ball pitcher at this point in his career. At one point was a better left-handed pitcher, but never could stay healthy. He's finally figured out a way to stay healthy, but his elite stuff is gone. And he has a 4.76 ERA. What even bigger, this is the number I always look at, 1.48 whip. And what that tells you is that when you have a 1.48 whip, that means there's a lot of runners on bases a lot of the time. So if the Padres do make it to October, I would suspect he's either A, not going to be on the roster, or B, he'll be a bulk relief guy that they'll just be trying to get through. Now, there's still quite a few big names out there, and we'll see what happens. I think more guys are going to be moving and shaking over the next few hours, and we will be right here with you 3 to 5 on WQEE 99.1 FM. And then if you want to catch us on YouTube, we are on youtube.com /at Braves Country. As I got another alert going off, see if this is anything. It is not. But anyways, what the Atlanta Braves will be doing, I think at this point, is that they are going to be looking to add at least one more arm, if not two. Now, the guy that I've got on my radar, the one that I've been wanting all along, is still out there, Eduardo Rodriguez. We'll have to see. As you see, we've got a bottom line going right there. So if anything breaks, it should flash up. But the Atlanta Braves, I believe, are going to add another arm. Now, they may not add a starter. We do have some guys coming back. We got Max Free coming back. But I would feel a lot better if we added a veteran starter. Even if it's not someone of the ilk of Erod, but maybe it's someone who can just eat some innings down the stretch. We'll see how they go there. I do think they make at least one more addition. Brad Hand was just a lefty that is being brought in. Dylan Lee, by the way, is expected to be on the roster probably in the next couple of weeks. He was doing a bullpen session. If all went well, they're going to send him out on a rehab assignment in the near future. And my guess would be it wouldn't be next week, but maybe the week after. AJ Minter came back last night. I thought he looked pretty darn good. And then, of course, still no news on Jesse Chavez. My guess is because they're taking such time with it, it's going to be late August, maybe even early September before we see Jesse. But I don't think they're that worried about Jesse. Braves have a huge lead in the division, and they just want to make sure that he's ready to roll for October. So with that being said, they may not go out there and make a whole lot of splashes as far as, looking at some of the things that they have going on. I don't think that they're going to necessarily do anything that's going to be out of character for the Atlanta Braves. Look, we're going to probably see a team on this that Atlanta is going to be able to go into October with the pitching staff that I believe at some point, as I'm trying to edit this layout, so bear with me, I believe this is going to be a team that Atlanta is going to be looking to add some depth, but at the same time, they're not going to go crazy and all of a sudden do something to the effect of hurt what they have already built, right? You're not going to see this team all of a sudden go all in. I haven't seen what the Mets got back on the trade from Houston as far as what the grades on it, but it sounds like that they had to pay quite a bit to do that. And the Braves were never in the discussion for Verlander, for people who are wondering about that, because the simple fact of the matter is Verlander is in the same division. They were never going to be able to get him from the Mets. And honestly, I don't think he's someone that really makes the Atlanta Braves any better if they did get him. So with all that being said, I think Erod is still the best option out there. And I do believe that they are going to try to make some kind of a move. If they don't get Erod, if they don't get one of there's still a couple others, and we'll get into that here in a second. But if they don't get one of the quote unquote elite guys that are left out there, because some of these teams are saying that they're selling, but then you come to find out that they're not. And so they'll say that they want to sell, but then what's the asking price, right? What are we going to have to give up to be able to get them? And so with that being said, I just don't see Atlanta going crazy and just gutting the farm system for, look, right now, I believe it was Austin Riley said it best. He said, I feel fine with going to war with the guys that we have right now. And I totally agree with that, but I do believe it would be very advantageous for us to add one more bullpen arm, back-end bullpen arm. We're talking about someone that you can go in and slam the door on a night where maybe Iglesias doesn't have it. Someone who's got some kind of, Alex Lang is an interesting one to me. Alex Lang to me would be one that would be a candidate for the Braves to go after. But at the same token, what are they asking for? Alex Lang has, I believe it's either 3 or 4 years left on his contract. So they're going to be asking the moon and stars. Same thing. Now guys like Barlow and whatnot, they're a little more gettable, but Barlow's also had a 5-something ERA. I also did some digging on the guy that we just got recently in Pierce Johnson. And if you look at his numbers, if you take this year's out because he's in Colorado, but even if you want to use the Colorado numbers, his numbers away from Coors Field really aren't that bad. And when he was in San Diego, he had an ERA in the low 3s. So with that being said, they've added a really good right-handed arm. And if you've watched him, and I have, he's got good stuff. I don't care what the numbers tell you. Any pitcher will tell you in Coors Field, it's a nightmare. The ball doesn't travel the way it travels in other stadiums. So you're not just dealing with the fact that your pitches are not bending the way they are in other at that altitude. They don't bend at the same rate as they do in other stadiums. But when you leave Coors Field and you go pitch somewhere else, you're readjusting again. So it's constantly in and out, in and out, in and out. You're constantly, as a pitcher, just not able to do what you would normally do. And so it's one thing to go visit Coors Field and have a good game or have a bad game. Who the hell cares? We're not coming back for a while. But when you have to pitch there every day, it's a big difference. Pierce Johnson, I think, is going to take this as an opportunity to really go out there and kick some ass and take some names down the stretch. He's a free agent at the end of the season. And Pierce Johnson is going to have an opportunity to make some money if he pitches well for the Braves. Yes, if you're just joining us, Verlander did get traded. He was traded to the Houston Astros, and it was evidently for a couple of outfield prospects. So Verlander is gone. Scherzer's gone. Honestly, if you're a Mets fan, I'll be honest with you. This is the best news you could ever get. This is by far the best news that you could ever get. And the reason why I say that is looking forward, if you're a Mets fan, they were not going to do anything with these two 40-plus-year-old pitchers who are making more money than God. Now, are they having to eat most of the salary? Yeah, they are. Will that hamstring them in the offseason? A little bit. I don't think Cohen will be as hamstrung as it would be in other situations. But I believe if they're smart, what they should do is do a full-blown rebuild. Now, I don't think they can get rid of a salary like Lindor. I think they're stuck with that. They overvalued Francisco Lindor, $300+ million. I mean, what it tells you right there, and it tells you, if anything else, if you're a Mets fan, Billy Epler's ass should be gone. He should be fired. I think they're going to wait to see if he can bring in Shohei Ohtani, because that was the main reason why they went and hired him, because of his relationship with Shohei. But Ohtani's not signing with the Mets. I don't think Ohtani's going east at all. I think he's staying west, as we still follow the Erod and Dylan Cease, Mitch Keller, those are the big three that are still out there. I've got my doubts that Keller gets moved. Cease maybe, but I think it's going to take a haul. So if I'm ranking it on how I would want it for the Braves, stuff-wise, of course, Cease is up there. But what are they asking for? Stuff-wise, Mitch Keller is elite. And stuff-wise, Erod, because he's a lefty and gives you that different look, I think the three of them, just for a 2-month run, are all neck and neck. The reason why I prefer Erod is because he has an out in his contract at the end of this season, which he will take because he's pitched phenomenally. So it's basically a 2-month rental, and if the Tigers admit that, which I think they will, the get for him will be much less than the other two. What do we have here? And by the way, anyone that wants to chime in, please put your comments in the chat. We're going to open up the phone lines here in a bit, but until we get that going, feel free to chime in there. But you got to look at Shohei's not going to come to the Mets, and when he finally decides to sign with probably the Dodgers, let's be honest, he's probably going to the Dodgers. When that happens, they should fire Billy Epler. Because how much money has he cost you? And I forget the kid's name, but the one that's stuck in the contract out in Milwaukee, that the contract comes to the end this year, he's going to come in and take Epler's job. The only way Epler saves his job is to sign one guy. And then once again, you're talking about putting all your eggs in one basket. You're talking about putting all your eggs. I think the Mets' best option is to sell, re-sign Alonso, because right now he's the face of the franchise. But sell all the other parts away and do a full rebuild, get younger, get better, realize you're probably not winning the damn World Series next year either. So get younger and get better, but it can happen faster because of the money that they do have. Because of the money that they have, it could happen a heck of a lot faster. And I mean a heck of a lot faster. So there you have that. Other moves that have been going on. We talked about Rich Hill and G-Man Choi going to the Pirates. A very minor move. Yes, it gives them depth as far as having some veterans on the staff, but I don't think it makes any big deal. This one I found interesting, and I hated it because I really was hoping the Braves would go after Paul DeJong for depth off the bench and maybe even some DH and whatnot. And he has played left field too. Paul DeJong goes to the Blue Jays. Makes a lot of sense because Bo Bichette was banged up yesterday. They're calling it knee discomfort, but who the hell knows what that means, because they could be soft playing that and you find out that it's a much more serious deal. So there you have that. The big blockbuster were just joining us, Justin Verlander to the Astros, which I think it's the best move for all parts. The Mets get rid of a player. They get a couple of prospects. They're going to have to pay quite a bit of his salary. We'll get the numbers here in a second. But looking at the fact that they had to pay, $35 million, $36 million for Scherzer. What do we have here? And he's got an opt-out in 2025, or a player option for 2025, that if he throws more than 140 innings, he's going to earn that as well. So looking at all of this, getting the early numbers back, it looks like, well, they haven't crunched the final numbers, but it does look like the Mets are going to pay quite a bit of this salary too. So basically, Epler, I guarantee you, bare minimum, Billy Epler has cost them, along with Roberts, he has cost them in the last 5 days in poor signings, signing aging arms. I mean, that's what he's done. He's signed aging arms. David Robertson, old reliever. Granted, not a big deal, but still old reliever. Had a solid year. Justin Verlander, old reliever. He's broken down. Telling you right now, he might go out and have a good start this week. He's not going to do anything in October. Justin Verlander's been pitching much better, and I actually have much more faith in Justin Verlander. If I was going to keep anyone, I would have kept them. I would have kept Verlander, but I think they're better off just signing away. Next year, you'll have Kodai Senga, you'll have Quintana, you'll have some younger guys. I honestly think, I know everyone wants to put the scrap heap on David Peterson. Keep him in the bullpen. Keep him where he belongs. He's a very good piece in the bullpen. He doesn't have starter stuff. And then when you move on from that, go out and sign you a couple of, maybe you go out and get a Julio Urias. Maybe you really back the truck up. I wouldn't do it, but maybe you back up the truck and go get Blake Snell. He's always been kind of a loose cannon. I don't know how he'd work in New York. But the big thing with New York, keep selling all your pieces. I'm a little surprised Tommy Pham hasn't been moved yet, although I think he will. And, of course, Kanye went to the Brewers. Let me see here. Shohei can stay tonight in Atlanta is what Gilbert said. We're not getting Shohei Ohtani. I wish. Guys, incredible to watch. And we will have the game tonight, pitch by pitch, play by play here on Braves Country. But yeah, we're not getting Shohei Ohtani, even though I wish to hell we were. I would love to see them get Shohei Ohtani. But the money and the prospects that it would cost to get Ohtani, and they're delusional. They're going for it. Not going for it in a big way. I mean, if they were really going for it, they would have went out and got Justin Verlander. And you can't tell me Justin Verlander wouldn't have lifted his no trade clause to go to California, considering his wife is a damn actress. So I'm just glad that Verlander, who's still a pretty good pitcher, is heading to the American League. And maybe we see at the end of the line, maybe we don't, but we're not going to have to go through you to get the pennant. Other moves that, let me see if there's anything else that news been popping. If anybody sees anything, put it in the chat. Joey's on the way, so I'll be able to catch up a little more here. A little interested to see what's going on with Salvador Perez. You know, he's still a really good catcher. And for Salvador Perez to possibly be in the trade mix, he could be a game changer, not for Atlanta. Atlanta's not going after a slow aging catcher because what do we need? Another one? We've got two pretty good catchers and we don't need a third one clogging up the base paths. But the Braves coming into today, were they 67-37 on the year? We've got 4-game lead over the Orioles in the loss column. Got a 7-game lead over the Rays in the loss column. We have the Dodgers. Then we have a the Dodgers. They have 8-game lead in the loss column on the Dodgers. So all in all, we're sitting pretty for possibly getting the best record in the National League and in Major League Baseball. But I would like to see them add a couple more pieces. And I'm going to check a couple of things because I see something breaking, and I want to see if there's any legitimacy to it. So I've got about 9 monitors going right now. And this one, I got to double check before I share it. Okay, let's take a quick break. When we come back, more trade deadline. Today's all about the trade deadline. The hell with everything else. Let's talk about them trades. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE.
Why do you keep your mouth shut? I'm not taking off my clothes today. I'm styling and profiling. You just be glad I'm here looking the way I look.
Armchair. That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
He only has 3 rings.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, I can't do it justice because we're on radio, you've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh, my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
You know, hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like from the Muppets or something? Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this, I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncey?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Welcome back. Breaking news. It appears that the Philadelphia Phillies have acquired Michael Lorenzen, and There's a lot of rumors flying around. One of them is the Dodgers are still in on Erod and Dylan Cease and Mitch Keller. So we'll see what happens there. I would think the Dodgers would be more focused on Erod because he's a free agent, and the Dodgers free agent dollars for this offseason are going to be directed right at Shohei Ohtani. There's no way that they aren't making a hard push for Shohei Ohtani. So that is what is going down in the world of Major League Baseball as we are heading towards the deadline. And of course, the trade of Justin Verlander to the Astros kind of leads the story today. But the Braves did get lefty reliever Brad Hand from the Rockies, second reliever we've gotten from the Rockies in a week. It's funny, I actually talked about both these guys a few days before they made these trades of guys that I would have liked to seen them get sooner. So they've gotten a couple of them. There's still a few out there that I have circled. But when you look at the Braves bullpen and the guys they've got coming back, and it looks like Dylan Lee's going to make it back, and you're going to have a 3-man left-hander bullpen as it stands right now of Minter, Lee, Brad Hand. That's a nasty combination. And then as far as the righties leading up to Iglesias, I'd still like to see one more. I'd like to see one more piece. Much more than a starter. I'd much rather see that shutdown guy, that guy that can come in and build the bridge to Iglesias. I would love to see that, but I don't know what they're going to do as far as putting it out there and making sure that everything makes it. Are they going to go all in? Are they going to go all in and say, hey, here are our best guys, and it's worth it for a 2-month run? Because let's be honest, when it comes to Major League, and we saw this in 2021, it's not necessarily if you're the best team, it's if you're the hottest team. And that's kind of hard for us to wrap our head around sometime. But you want to put yourself in a great position. And I do believe, look, if there's one thing they should be printing on the money in Atlanta, Georgia, is we trust in AA. Alex Anthopoulos has a plan, and he has done everything to make sure that the Braves are prepared. But it just, we get a little antsy as fans because we don't know the plan until we see it unfold. But right now, I mean, if we don't make another move, I really like this team. I really like this team against anything that the Dodgers or the Astros or anybody wants to throw at us. The Blue Jays acquired DeYoung. That looks like that may have been a need more than anything else because of Bo Bichette's injury last night. Although they're saying, see here, Bednar is still being looked at. They're saying the Cubs are kicking the tires on it, but if the Pirates trade Bednar to the Cubs, they're going to rake them over the coals. Because anytime someone trades someone in interdivision, they always want more. In other words, if Bednar goes to the Cubs, they're going to want their elite prospects as opposed to if they send them to Atlanta or the Dodgers or whatnot. That's just the nature of the beast. It doesn't hurt for the Cubs to go out there and see what they got. But if I'm the Cubs, I'm not tearing apart what I'm building. Cubs are heading in the right direction. They may make the playoffs, the wild card. They may not. But they're going in the right direction. The last thing you want to do is go all in on a whim. Now, I also don't agree with what the Seattle Mariners are doing. Seattle Mariners are right there. They're like 3.5 out of the wild card, and it appears to be selling. Now, they just flashed up there that it doesn't appear that they're going to get rid of any of their starters. Logan Gilbert had been rumored to be heading elsewhere, but that doesn't appear that that's going to happen. One of the rumors that was coming about, we'll see how it plays out. They were talking about the Padres sending Blake Snell in a deal along with prospects to a team to maybe acquire a pitcher with a little more control, because remember, Blake Snell's a free agent at the end of the year. And there were a lot of scenarios going back and forth. One of them was Blake Snell going to the Dodgers. Man, would that be weird? I mean, seriously, would that not be weird? So Blake Snell, though I've never been a huge fan of his, Blake Snell has had a hell of a year. And I don't know how you look at the Padres locker room and say, hey, we're okay with throwing away all these guys, right? And we're gonna tell you we're going in on it, but we're gonna trade Blake Snell. I just have no idea why that would be. For some reason, MLB Network is hashing over a bunch of trades that the Padres have made during the offseason several of the past years. Not really understanding where they're going with this, because I don't think the Padres are selling. Padres do not appear to be selling. If you were selling, why the hell would you go and get Rich Hill? Is he going to be in your starting rotation because you're just going to sell everything? The Padres front office, they don't sell, they buy. You can make an argument that they haven't done it well, but they buy. The Juan Soto trade last year, the Hader trade. Remember, they went out and they got Blake Snell. I would be shocked if we start seeing the Padres sell. I guess if they started selling, the Hill and Choi deal makes sense, but I really look at those as just depth pieces. I want to know where Dylan Cease is going. I want to know where Erod's going. I don't think Keller's going. I think if you're Pittsburgh, you hold on to Keller till the offseason. You wait to see what the market is in the offseason, because you realize you're probably going to lose him. But wouldn't you rather have the entire major leagues, unless it's just a sweetheart of a deal came across your table, right? I mean, unless a deal just came across your table and you said, look, we're not going to get much better in the offseason. But the Pirates aren't going anywhere this year. And if they're not going anywhere, why are you in a rush to get rid of Keller, who isn't a free agent until, I don't even think it's after 24. I think it's after 2025. They move Mitch Keller during the offseason to somebody, they're going to get a lot more of a return. And that's one of the things that folks it's really easy to get caught in this vacuum as a Braves fan, as a Phillies fan, as a Dodgers fan, as a fan of a team that's in the mix. But if you think about it from the perspective of a Pirates fan, other than like worrying about the guy having to blow his arm out and get Tommy John, other than that, why would you be in a huge hurry to trade a guy? And evidently, by the way, Justin Toscano interviewed Kirby Yates and Pierce Johnson today. He's a beat writer for the Atlanta Braves, if you're not familiar with him. And both Kirby Yates and Pierce Johnson are former teammates of Brad Hand, and they basically said he's quiet at first, but great guy. Big boost for the bullpen, which needed another lefty, et cetera, et cetera. So saying all the right things. If you're just joining us, Verlander to the Astros, Michael Lorenzen from the Tigers is heading to the Phillies, and they are getting, I don't know a lot about him as an infielder. How Yu Lee, infielder, is heading to the Tigers. So if you ask me what's his deal is, I'm just going to say Google it. The Rockies. Now, this is interesting. This is really interesting. I guess the Dodgers have given up on him. He used to be one of the better relievers in that Dodger bullpen, but listen to this. The Rockies have acquired Justin Brule from the Dodgers in exchange for cash considerations. And that tells me that the Dodgers are about to make a move for a reliever. Could it be Bednar? We'll see. Right now, as it's constructed, I'm not real concerned with the Dodgers because I don't think they have the pitching to shut down the Braves offense. But if they go out there and build up a bullpen, to me, in today's baseball, it is much more important to have a deep, elite bullpen than it is to have a bunch of frontline starters, because you're going to get into October, and the first thing that's going to happen is you got this big plan. Well, we're going to send this guy out to game 1 and this guy out to game 2. And it's not like the way it used to be for us older seam heads. They're so used to thinking about, and I'm talking about even us Gen Xers who watched baseball growing up in the 90s, 80s, 90s, and forward. You used to go, all right, if you've got Andy Pettitte on the mound for the Yankees, John Smoltz for the Braves, that kind of thing, you were pretty much going, man, those guys can get you to the 7th inning, then it's just slam the door with your 2 best relievers. It used to be that way. Now, you're fortunate if your best guy goes 5 in the postseason and you need a bridge for 4 innings. And the reason is, it's not that the hitters have gotten that much better, more talented. It's because of all the information that is available to them, and they're seeing. What do we always see in the dugouts nowadays? In between innings, you used to see guys cutting up. No, what are they doing now? They're all looking at iPads, and they're all, or whatever device you want to use, but most of them are iPads, and they're all looking at the replay of the pitcher because it's available to them like that. No longer is it, even back in the days of Tony Gwynn, and Tony Gwynn was known to study film like no other. But Tony Gwynn was having to wait till the next day or get tape from someone's previous start, watch as much as you can leading up to the game, and then adjust. These guys now, you strike out and go, what the hell? What happened? They give them the iPad immediately. They look at their previous at bat, and the next time they come around. So the short of it is, you can't expect a guy anymore to go 3 times through a lineup in the postseason. Sometimes if they're really dealing, you can get that. Typically nowadays, it's 2 times. And when they get to that 3rd time in October, the manager's got a hair trigger. And he's like, all right, first sign of trouble, boom, you're out. So that's why I would like to see the Braves focus more on the bullpen, get elite bullpen. As much as I love Erod and Keller and Dylan Cease, I'd be much more excited if we added like a Bednar and then maybe one other reliever. Let's have the best bullpen, because that was always our problem in the 90s. Sherholtz, as good as great a job as he did, he was always behind the times, and I used to raise hell about that. Braves would go into the postseason with the best starting rotation in baseball and always ranked about middle of the pack in the bullpen, and it would show. So get you caught up to speed on what's going on. Trade deadline. We're taking you all the way to 5 o'clock. And then if you're listening to us on Braves Country HD on YouTube, we're going to come back on 6:20 to react to the Braves trade deadline. This is assuming they do something. If they don't do anything, then we'll see at 6:45 we normally do. But I would think that the Brad Hand move is not the last move. But it says that, okay, this is according to Buster Olney, so this isn't even one of the Braves heads. It says the Braves have been involved in the starting pitching market. This is 20 minutes ago. But now there is skepticism that they will land a starting pitcher. Fried and Wright are due back, it was his notes. I still think they're looking for a starting pitcher. They're looking at a guy, and it may not be the ground shaking, the groundbreaking. You know, I'm over here talking about Erod and Keller and Cease. That's because those are the guys that pop off the screen. But Michael Lorenzen, I was actually kind of interested in. Not that he's going to be any kind of a game changer come October, but we talked about this earlier. I would have liked to see Michael Lorenzen in a Braves uniform as a 4 or 5 starter down the stretch for the back half of the season. Nothing to do with, hey, he's going to go out there and toe the rubber at Game 7 and really shut down the Baltimore Oriole or Tampa Bay Ray or Houston Astro offense, Texas Rangers. No, Lorenzen was. You still have to have guys. We have over 50 games left, about 55 games left. You still have to have guys to get you to the post, get you all the way through. And you don't want to blow up your bullpen on a couple of nights because back-to-back you get really poor starts. And it's good to have a guy like, let's say the Phillies are playing well enough down the stretch. Now, the Phillies have more expectations for Lorenzen. Tell you right now, I'm not convinced he's going to pitch that well in that park. He's a fly ball pitcher. We'll see what happens. But, by the way, it just broke in. The Mets are sending the Astros $54 million in the Verlander trade. If the $35 million is vested, about $29 million if it's not. So that's a big deal, and I think Verlander will definitely. I mean, why would you not take that, right? You're Justin Verlander. Now he's got to pitch 140 innings next year. That just tells you if you're Justin Verlander, you're going to go and gut through it. There's $36 million on the line if I can get to 140 innings. I could be dragging my elbow behind me. I'm like, nah, man, I'm good. Why don't you be putting me on IL? I'm going to the post, baby. I'll pick up my option, and then I'll worry about having Tommy John in my career. Going to try to get you caught up real quick to see if anything else has came in. You know who's suspiciously quiet? The hell the New York Yankees been doing? Are they on vacation? New York Yankees have done nothing. Unbelievable. So $54 million to the Astros with the Verlander trade, $36 million to the Rangers. So the New York Mets over the last 72 hours have decided that it would be better to send $90 million to the state of Texas than to hold on to Verlander and Scherzer for a couple more years and see what they can get out of them. Oof. Any way you look at it, the prospects they get back won't be enough just from those trades. Now, they'll probably be in the market this offseason to try to get a couple of cheaper pitchers. But if you've got $90 million going out the door for the next 2+ seasons, I don't care how much money you have, that's going to hamstring you. And they probably won't even have that calculated down the road next year when they're rating people's payrolls. They always add those in at the end. But that, whoo, and that doesn't even count the, was it $3 to $4 million that they're having to pay for David Robertson to go to Miami? Good night, Irene. The only way Billy Epler saves his damn job after spending $90 million to get rid of two pitchers whose combined age is over the age of 80. He's got to sign Shohei Ohtani, and if he doesn't sign Shohei Ohtani, the New York Mets have to fire him. What a terrible job this guy has done for that fan base. Pathetic. Pathetic. Good Lord. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, Joey's jumping on. We're going to talk some more trade deadline. Looks like, we got some more news. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE in Braves Country, right here on YouTube. Find us today.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. MLB trade deadline is upon us, and we will keep you up to date as the show rolls along. We're here live 3 to 5, and then tonight, a special MLB trading deadline special. We will come on 1 hour before first pitch, 6:20 Eastern. If you haven't already, like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today. Looking at the schedule for Major League Baseball as the Atlanta Braves continue to wheel and deal and make additions. We'll go over those as well. Tonight, they'll host the Los Angeles Angels. Braves dropped game 1, a tough one, 4-1 last night, but tonight, it's Spencer Strider night. He'll come in 11-3, 3.73 ERA, 199 strikeouts through just 123 innings. He's given up 36 walks and 18 home runs. He'll face Pablo Sandoval, who's 6-7 with a 4.13 ERA. Braves come into tonight favored, -250 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Other games of interest, Phillies and Marlins, the two teams right behind the Braves in the NL East. They're going head-to-head down in South Beach. Sandy Alcantara versus Ranger Suarez. Miami, -135, over-under 7.5. Nationals host the Brewers, 7:05 Eastern. Gray versus Peralta. The Mets are at the Royals. Jose Quintana versus Zach Greinke. Games outside the NL East that have playoff implications. Rays are at the Yankees. That's your TBS game of the night. 7:05 first pitch, Zach Eflin versus Carlos Rodon. Orioles and Blue Jays, 7:07. Bradish versus Ryu. He's coming off the IL for Toronto for the first time in a long time. Twins are at the Cardinals, 7:45. Lopez versus Mikolas. His 5-game suspension is being appealed and is not expected to be addressed before game time tonight. White Sox at the Rangers at 8:05. Heaney on the mound. The Reds are at the Cubs, 8:05 first pitch. Lively versus Justin Steele. Cleveland at the Astros, Gavin Williams and Framber Valdez. The Padres, who appear to still be buying, they head to the Rockies. 8:40 first pitch, -178 on the money line. Red Sox are at the Mariners, Brian Bayo on the bump. The Giants host the Diamondbacks, Zach Gallen versus Alex Cobb. Your late pitch tonight, 10:10. You can find it on ESPN Plus with the Dodgers hosting the Oakland Athletics. Lance Lynn will make his LA debut tonight, 6-9 with a 6.47 ERA. And there's nothing official, but it appears that Florida State and Clemson are heading to the Big Ten. Rumors flying around left and right. Sports Illustrated breaking a story this afternoon. What the implications could be as it unfolds, we'll react. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Simulcasting on youtube.com/Braves Country.
Beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Armchair.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done. Limitations apply.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
Welcome back.
What is the NWO and why does it suck?
No, I was just usually whenever I have this shirt on, the producer will mention the shirt, so I just mentioned it in the chat. The NWO was a Hulk Hogan faction from the 90s. Hulk Hogan.
Notice that your name changed underneath you?
Oh, I did not even. Oh, man. Oh my gosh!
Just now,
I was like, "What is going on?" Yep, that's me.
I changed theirs. This is awesome. How are you, my friend?
You know, doing pretty good. I was at the Cubs game last night. They took a tough 6-5 loss to Cincy, so that wasn't the brightest spot in the world. But hey, I do
fought back, man. I was. It was 6-1, wasn't it? At one point.
Correct. It was 6-1 after the top of the third, so things felt a little frisky with their young pitcher on the mound who's been really good this year. And, man, I'll tell you, though, this Reds team, the amount of young talent they got, it is fun to see them grow. I'm interested to see where they are in a couple of seasons. But that being said, the Cubs, you know, Tones called it yesterday with Candelario. I'm hoping maybe we get a pitcher. We got a
great addition. Now, here's my question. Is he an everyday starter, or do you think it's going to be more of a rotation?
You know, I think he would. I think
baseball minds want to know.
Yeah, and that's a good question. I think right away he will play a lot. I'm not saying he won't get a day off on, you know, 1 day off a week or something like that. But right now, we're struggling a little bit in that area between Happ and Suzuki hitting 2 and 3. They've been really unfortunate at the plate lately, so I think they got to move down a little bit. And then first base has been shaky for us. So Candelario, between the corner spots and what he can do and provide, I think you'll see him in that maybe the 2 hole, maybe the 5 or 6 hole. He does have 15, 16 bombs this year, over 50 ribbies, so I would expect him to play a good amount of the time, if not close to all of it.
Well, for folks who might just be joining us as we are approaching the deadline, T-minus, what do we got? An hour and 52 minutes for the trade deadline. There have been some moves made. Not a big one by the Atlanta Braves, but we did get Brad Hand, left-hander, aging left-hander, granted, but left-handed relief pitcher from the Colorado Rockies. And the big deal that happened today, Verlander, speaking of aging arms, is heading back to Houston. He was traded from, how about this? So when you combine what he is owed and what Scherzer is owed, assuming he picks up his option for 2025, he being Verlander, the New York Mets, when it's all said and done, will send $90 million to the state of Texas for two pitchers who at that point will be well over the age of 80 combined. They'll be a combined like 83 years old.
And you know who the Mets
you gotta fire Billy Epler. I'm sorry, but you got to.
I was going to say exactly that. The GM has nobody to blame but themselves. I remember we had a show last year at some time. They all blend together, but we're talking about it. And, you see the Verlander signing after getting rid of DeGrom. It's like, I understand you're contending, but you got two pitchers north of 35 who have a ton of money on the books. And let's face it, at some point they're going to start to unravel a little bit. And now they're in that situation where, hey, you're not winning. They shipped them both off, and they had to ship a lot of money with it. So, yeah, they might have got some decent prospects in return. I haven't been able to read the full details today. But
so the prospect that they got for Scherzer, everybody's aware of. It's Acuna's brother.
Correct.
It really depends on who you ask on how that's going to play out. Because, look, first of all, I'm always going to go with the fact that I don't want the brother of the star because that guy normally sucks. Yeah. I'm not just picking on the Mets. That guy normally sucks.
Happens
right?
a lot.
Aaron Rodgers' brother wasn't very good. He's not even that good in the booth. What's his name? Jordan?
Yeah.
In that game, he's okay, but he's not even that great of a broadcaster. Anyone's brother that comes in, Tommy Aaron, nice guy, but he was no Hank Aaron, okay? So the brother of sometimes you get the son is a great player, but it's very rare that, think about this, your brother and you're not good at the same damn thing. I'm not good at the same thing as my siblings. You each excel at different things. So what are the chances that two guys who are going to play the most difficult sport in the universe are going to be awesome at both? It's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, no, there's only a few. I mean, right off the top of my head, the only reason obviously I could think of it is
like
the Manning. Yeah, Boone's, yes. Yep. There you go.
But there aren't a lot of brothers that, honestly, considering there just aren't a lot of brothers that end up being good. It's usually one or the other. Usually one's very, very good, elite, and one's meh, or they're both okay. But you never have. So Acuna is like stupid good, right? He's like off the charts, right? What are the chances that the Mets fans are, oh, man, we got Acuna's brother. He's going to be even better. No, he's not. He's 21. He's still in AA.
Yeah, the only two I could think of that are not even baseball would be the Mannings and Barbers. Besides that, nothing even rings a bell. I know, exactly. So,
the Boones were so good because they, along with the Molinas, when you decide to put on the tools of ignorance, it gives you a leg up, right? It really does, because but when you look at Acuna, I'd be shocked. They got two outfielder prospects from the Astros. We'll see how those play out, but that's years from now. So this is going to be a rebuild. And for those who are just joining us, Michael Lorenzen to the Phillies, Verlander to the Astros, Paul DeJong to the Blue Jays, Brad Hand to your Atlanta Braves, Rich Hill to the Padres, and G-Man Choi to the Padres. Those are the big acquisitions today. And those last two that I named, I don't even know if you can call those big acquisitions. Those are Rich Hill's batting practice.
Yeah, and a small thing that just happened, it looks like my Chicago Cubs are going to be letting Trey Mancini go. He is not
Andrew Chafin, reliever, goes from the Diamondbacks to the Brewers.
Dang, I wanted him. Former Cub.
I'm a little surprised that they were selling him.
Yeah, and if anybody wants Trey Mancini, it looks like we're about to DFA him. So he's unfortunately having a bad season.
We should.
Yeah. You asked for a bench hitter. I was giving you an option. Remember on Twitter when you...
Man, he went to Houston last year, and if you can't hit in that lineup, you can't hit.
Correct.
Let me see here. So Chafin, that's interesting. Does that mean that the Diamondbacks are about to make another big move?
I mean, they should, right?
There's no way the Diamondbacks are selling. They're right there in the mix. Diamondbacks could win the damn World Series. They could at least make a run at the pennant. Maybe they just... So Chafin, he's a lefty, right?
Yep.
So who could they be making a move for? Maybe they're going after Suter? I don't know. They're doing something. There's no way they're giving up.
I wonder if Pirates, if Keller or Bender are going to be on the move.
Well, the thing about those two guys, Mitch Keller and Bednar, man, I looked at their contracts a couple of days ago, and they both have a lot of control left. So if you're going to do that, are they really going to go out there and what's it going to take to get them, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
A lot.
Because one of them, I don't have it straight in my head right now, but one of them past this year has 2 years of control, and one of them has 3. So any way you look at it, if I'm the Pirates, I'm probably holding on to them until the end of the season and go into the winter meetings and say, hey, let's look at this again, right? Because at that point, you got 29 teams bidding on you, not 6. But if a sweetheart deal comes across the table, they will sell. I don't know if the guy that I want. Go ahead.
I completely agree with your rationale for that because another guy in Chicago who I would put in that similar path is Dylan Cease. He's under control and a young guy. If you wait till the winter meetings off season where you said 29 other teams might jump in, the offer might be better. Now, if you break the bank and somebody wants to overpay now, good. But some of these teams might wait till that off season to get everybody in the mix.
Yeah, Dylan Cease, he's got a lot of damn I want to say Dylan Cease is do you have his contract in front of you? Because I'm
looking right now. It says he's on a 1 year.
Nah, he doesn't become a free agent until 2026.
Oh yeah. Now I see it here.
They've got control of him till 2026. So he's got 2 more years.
A team would have to give you the whole farm.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of Braves fans that have been clamoring for him, and that'd be great and all, and I'm not poo-pooing on it, but I hate to tell him to get Dylan Cease, we're probably going to have to give him Max Fried in the offseason. And I don't think they would take that deal, but I'm just saying that to get a Dylan Cease for a 1-for-1 trade and stop it with these moronic, we'll give them Marcell Ozuna and they'll give us Shohei Ohtani. Let's go.
What?
What kind of
Come on, man.
What are you smoking? And why you?
I want it.
Why you Bogart? Pass it along, buddy.
Pass the good stuff.
Dude, the fans, especially on Twitter, are just the dumbest of the dumb.
Yeah, I've been in it with a lot of Cubs fans on Twitter lately because they're like, you gotta, this team wasn't meant to be for this year. You gotta, wait or sell off. So it's like, absolutely not. I'm not saying give away your top 5 prospects, but the Cubs are in a situation, and a lot of these teams are, even like the Padres, who they overpay for everything. But you know what? If you're a team like the Cubs, you should add a couple of pieces and see. Every season is a new one. And if you're still in it come August 1st, like the Chicago Cubs are, you just don't sell because that was the plan. You make a couple of moves like they did and keep fighting forward. I'm getting sick of people who say that wasn't the plan. Well, guess what? Plans change.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. Keller is a free agent in 2026, so 2 more years plus the 2 months, right? Bednar is a free agent in 2027. Why the hell does everyone keep thinking they're going to trade these guys? Are these just clickbait things that go, oh, we should trade him? What? Why?
It's not like they're old.
No, I'm gutting your farm system if I'm giving those guys up. I'll tell you, we'll say Bednar makes a little more sense because he's 28. So by the time he's a free agent, he's 32, right? But he signed a 1-year deal this year. It's arbitration when they say sign the deal. He didn't sign it because he wanted to. Sign it because he had to. $745,000, and he had a pretty good year last year. So if he does this again, and you don't extend him or anything crazy like that, which I don't know why you would at 28, you'll probably pay him around 1.5, something like that. Same thing in 2025. Why would Pittsburgh, if they're trying to win, trade their ace and their closer? That's the 2 things that they have done well. And
the only team that might have the ammunition to pull that off, and actually to me should go after a starter, would be the Baltimore Orioles. I think as we close in on this deadline, I think it's key Baltimore picks up another starter, in my opinion.
By the way, it is 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. We're going to hold on for a bit. We're going to take you to the bottom of the hour before we do our break, because I want to see if a couple other things pop off. Who was our mini camp today? I know I looked at it, but I've been running around. Who was your mini camp today?
Let me take a quick look at that, as I didn't even look back on it.
Really done your research. All right, let's punt that to Thursday. Then you're going to have to squeeze that in.
I just figured with the trade deadline that we'd be too locked and loaded.
Why do I email this stuff to y'all? Jeez Louise. I want to say
hey.
I almost want to say, I know the Lions are coming up, but anyways, we'll just punt that to Thursday.
It's actually the Detroit Lions.
Oh, I was right. Okay. We'll punt that.
Up to you.
We'll punt that to Thursday. Because I know we're doing the Browns, and had we not already done the Jets, we would do the Jets as well because of the what's it called? The Hall of Fame game is Thursday, but we've already done the Jets. I'm not doing the Jets again. So Thursday. Now, tomorrow is a day game, so the Sarge is going to join us around 4 for the post-game show. But tomorrow's show, we're going to be doing Braves Angels right here, 12:20 first pitch. And but Thursday, we've got the Bengals, we've got the Browns, and I guess we'll have the Lions too. I want to say
it's loaded. And Notre Dame.
That's right. I knew there was another sorry team in there. Yeah, that's right. Notre Dame.
Don't forget about my Irish like that.
Don't forget about that big slobber knocker versus Navy to start the season.
Well, we don't have time to get into it, but I heard.
By the way, you seen this news?
The Big Ten Florida State thing that you mentioned in your pre-show?
Yes.
I couldn't believe that. I had to listen twice.
It looks like that it's happening. Now, look, I've heard this rumor for a hot minute. I mean, a hot minute. There are so many different FSU shows, podcasts, whatever you want to call them, that I follow along with the Georgia sports and everything else. And they've been talking about this for, a while. And I expected it to happen, but I didn't think it's going to happen this fast. So here's the thing. If it doesn't happen by August 15th of this year, then it would probably happen by August 15th of next year. There's a deadline that you have to make a decision to give the conference a heads up by August 15th.
Okay.
The big thing about that entire deal is with Florida State and Clemson evidently heading to the Big Ten, but I still want to see it. I know there's a Sports Illustrated, right? But my God, nowadays, not even Sports Illustrated is legit, right? Yeah. Because they got clickbait dudes working for them. But the thing about it is, evidently the big thing is that if they can get 8 teams in the ACC to bolt, they don't all have to go in the same direction, but to bolt, it would dissolve the ACC. Now, the ACC would probably still keep what they can together, but they would. But it's all about the exit fees. So, what the theory behind it was? Now, this one that came today, they just focused on Florida State and Clemson, but the theory is they're going to get together. FSU and Clemson are going to get together with North Carolina, Miami. You got Florida State, Clemson. They were talking about Virginia Tech. There were a couple other. I don't think Georgia Tech was one of them, because I think Georgia Tech is actually going to be one of the ones that sticks around in the ACC. And though it'll look much different, they will stay in that conference. I can't believe I can't remember who because Duke was another team that was going to stay in the ACC, which makes a ton of sense.
I'll tell you, though, we're going to have a show one day where we got to break this all down, because I feel like so many people out there. Get ready, folks, because 2024, you can't just rely on your history. It's going to be all mixed up.
Yeah, we'll do it in the very near future. I wanted to focus more on the trade deadline today.
Yeah, no doubt.
We'll do it. We'll probably talk a little more about it on Thursday. If I don't bring it up, just bring it up.
Yes, sir.
But and obviously when we start the Armchair Quarterback kickoff show, starting was that September 9th, we'll definitely talk a ton about it then too. But it's one of those things. I mean, this is just like a really busy time in the world of sports where
insanity.
I keep seeing things flash up on the screen. I'm like, quit showing me crap I already know about, like Lance Lynn going to the Dodgers and whatnot. But you look up, you see Dodgers, you see it flashing, and I'm like, oh, what the hell just happened? And, oh, he's starting tonight. That's not really news.
Don't they know if it didn't happen today, we're past it?
Yeah, dude, it's not breaking news anymore.
It's like, come on, man.
Quit calling it breaking news when it's 7 hours old. ESPN still does it. We'll be flashing breaking news. You're like, dude, I got alerted by that by X, not Twitter, X.
Elon X over there.
X marks the spot.
Hey, as long as they keep giving me news, as long as they keep giving me sports news, I'm good with it.
Yeah, can we at least go back to the blue? The new logo is just depressing. Here we go. I know that's the same one. Chafin. For folks that may just be joining us, Andrew Chafin to the Brewers from the Diamondbacks. That is such a strange one. So they sent Peter Strzelecki. Maybe they're just needing more righties in their pen. That might have something to do with it. Pirates trading Austin Hedges, catcher Austin Hedges, in the next 90 minutes or so. The destination is not yet known. 4 to 5 teams are in on it. So catcher Austin Hedges is evidently on the move. What else we have here? We have $90 million the Mets are paying the state of Texas to take. They're two big free agents off the table, right? These are the guys that are going to bring the championship. I'm pointing at you, WFAN New York. That's what I heard. I was heard for freaking 2 years. Scherzer, man, shut it down. We got Verlander. I remember specifically hearing WFAN, their morning guys, talk about how, what? I need to find the clip. I just got to go back and find it. I'm not worried about the Braves. This is during the offseason. We're going to win the division. We're heading to the World Series. What are you worried about the Braves? Phillies are good, but they're not that good. But we're not worried about the Braves. And I must have heard that 9 times one morning. Now what you got? Rotten apple. The big apple went to the rotten apple.
Yeah, they got not a bright red one anymore. It's at its core, and it is dirty and old.
It is. I don't see any other. Well, there's a couple to do something. So let's go take a quick break. We come back. I'm going to try to get to the bottom of a couple of other things that are breaking, but they haven't been verified yet. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country on the trading deadline day.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. MLB trade deadline is upon us. We will keep you up to date as the show rolls along. We're here live 3 to 5, and then tonight, a special MLB trading deadline special. We will come on 1 hour before first pitch, 6:20 Eastern. If you haven't already, like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today. Looking at the schedule for Major League Baseball as the Atlanta Braves continue to wheel and deal and make additions. We'll go over those as well. Tonight, they'll host the Los Angeles Angels. Braves dropped game 1, a tough one, 4-1 last night. But tonight, it's Spencer Strider night. He'll come in 11-3, 3.73 ERA, 199 strikeouts through just 123 innings. He's given up 36 walks and 18 home runs. He'll face Pablo Sandoval, who's 6-7 with a 4.13 ERA. Braves come into tonight favored -250 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Other games of interest, Phillies and Marlins, the two teams right behind the Braves in the NL East. They're going head-to-head down in South Beach. Sandy Alcantara versus Ranger Suarez. Miami -135, over-under 7.5. Nationals host the Brewers, 7:05 Eastern. Gray versus Peralta. The Mets are at the Royals. Jose Quintana versus Zach Greinke. Games outside the NL East that have playoff implications. Rays are at the Yankees. That's your TBS game of the night. 7:05 first pitch, Zach Eflin versus Carlos Rodon. Orioles and Blue Jays, 7:07. Bradish versus Ryu. He's coming off the IL for Toronto for the first time in a long time. Twins are at the Cardinals, 7:45. Lopez versus Mikolas. His 5-game suspension is being appealed and is not expected to be addressed before game time tonight. White Sox at the Rangers at 8:05. Heaney on the mound. The Reds are at the Cubs, 8:05 first pitch. Lively versus Justin Steele. Cleveland at the Astros, Gavin Williams and Framber Valdez. The Padres, who appear to still be buying, they head to the Rockies. 8:40 first pitch, -178 on the money line. Red Sox are at the Mariners. Brian Bayo on the bump. The Giants host the Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen versus Alex Cobb. Your late pitch tonight, 10:10. You can find it on ESPN Plus with the Dodgers hosting the Oakland Athletics. Lance Lynn will make his LA debut tonight, 6-9 with a 6.47 ERA. And there's nothing official, but it appears that Florida State and Clemson are heading to the Big Ten. Rumors flying around left and right. Sports Illustrated breaking a story this afternoon. What the implications could be as it unfolds, we'll react. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com @Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
No matter what technical data they've obtained, this station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. It is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Broken pretzels in the rug, the beer cans could be worse. She'll clean it up tomorrow and dread September 1st when once again, well, the season's finally here and the players hit the field. And every man feels like a boy and every wife could kill. He's been flying beer since August, running hot, running cold.
Welcome back. A little bit of news here at Atlanta Braves. Snicker didn't give a yes, a hell yes, or a fist bump, but he did commit to saying we'll see when we're talking about a couple reporters this afternoon. Would Max Fried be pitching Friday? And honestly, for Snicker to say we'll see, that means he's probably pitching Friday. So there you have that. There's still some guys to keep an eye on. The guys for they're saying Jose Quintana. I don't think he's getting traded. He just signed that deal with the Mets. So he's got, I'll have to pull it up, but he's got several years left on that. So I seriously doubt Quintana gets moved. But let's go to the ones that are realistic. Eduardo Erod, Jack Flaherty, James Paxton, and Dylan Cease. Once again, if you're the Red Sox, why the hell are you selling James Paxton? He's pitched very well for you.
Right? Yeah, Quintana's not a free agent till 25.
Right. So I'm saying, so Quintana being sold is a strange one. Is it going to be another thing where the Mets have to pay a boat ton of money to take the guy? And he's only pitched a couple games. He's actually pitched fairly well. He goes tonight too.
And they're still paying Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah. That's never going to end.
No.
In fact, I thought I saw this morning they're very close to signing him to an extension through the
Water Boy.
We're going to get Bobby Bonilla locked up to 2052. Royals have entertained offers for Salvador Perez, but I have my doubts. that Salvador Perez is going to get moved. He is the last icon of that franchise, right?
Crazy.
Now, could he be a hell of an addition to someone? Yeah. Brave fans, stop it. We're not going to go get some other fat ass that can't run the bases, okay?
You got enough catchers.
Yeah. Let's just keep it with the slow guys that we have. We need more speed. We don't need another catcher clogging up the base paths. But I think he could be a very good addition to a number of contenders. And he can still catch. It's not like he can't. It's not like he's only a DH at this point. He's still behind the plate quite a bit. So if you're just joining us, a number of moves have been made. By the way, here are the hitters that are still out there. Adam Duvall, once again, if you're the Red Sox, why are you trading him? I don't think he gets traded. We'll see what happens. Jurickson Profar, who started off really hot, and now he's, but I'll tell you what, I would take, he's on a 1-year deal. I would love to add our Jurickson Profar, no matter who your team is, because you're not going to be locked into him long term. He's trying to perform for a contract, and he's got speed, and he gives you, if you need a stick from the left-hand side of the plate, he gives you that as well. The guy that I want, because we did go ahead and get Hand, so I doubt we're going to get Suter as well, I want Scott Barlow. That's the guy that I want that's still out there, that's still realistic.
You're speaking my language. I wanted him on the Cubs now. I know he's struggling a little bit this season, but I would gladly take him in a struggling Cubs bullpen.
I think the Braves could fix him, so I'm not that worried about it. I think it goes under the radar, Joey, but I'm telling you right now, that move that the Braves made for Pierce Johnson, I think is a lot slicker than what people realize. If you watch his stuff, the way it comes out of his hand, he's got good stuff. And you look at his splits. I mentioned this in the first half. If you look at his splits on the road compared to pitching at Coors, big difference. Also, earlier in the year, he was being asked to close because their closer, what do you have, like a mental breakdown or something? Something happened. He went kooky dukes, and it wasn't an injury. He had some kind of anxiety issue or something. So he had to fill in as a closer, and his numbers as a closer were much worse than that of the reliever. So you put all that together, and he's going to get in there and work with the Braves organization. I think they can fix Pierce Johnson, and he's already looked pretty good to me. He gave the one big hit where he inherited runners in Boston, but it was a ball off the freaking green monster that any other park, the thing is a fly ball to left field, and it's an out. So,
yeah, and we know bullpen arms, like you said about fixing them, these guys could change your careers very fast. Look at a guy, there's plenty of examples around the MLB, but, look at Craig Kimbrell. He had a career that's been up and down for many years. You could fix these guys. A good franchise like Atlanta, they could easily take a Barlow or the names you're mentioning and fix these as well. I also wanted to mention Candelario's in the Cubs lineup batting 6th tonight. So right away, they're putting him in there.
I figured he would be. There was a skepticism. It was a piece written by, I don't know who it was. Was it Roto Sports or something like that? I don't know. I consume so much junk. But they were saying that they thought that his playing time would go down. Like, why would you make a trade for this guy if you don't? Because first of all, he can hit, man. He can rake. He can absolutely rake. He would never get any at bats in Atlanta, but I would have loved to have had him off the bench. Tommy Pham is still out there. Dylan Carlson is still out there. Adam Duvall, Jurickson Profar, Teoscar Hernandez. I don't want Hernandez. He is nothing but a swing at the fences guy at this point in his career. But if I could pick one guy outside of Adam Duvall, why would you trade Adam Duvall? But if I could pick one guy off of from that list that I would like to add, it's probably Profar, just because of his speed. Because he's not getting in every day for the Braves anyways. If it's not him, then Dylan Carlson. I want no part of Tommy Pham. I think he's a jackass, and I don't want him in our clubhouse.
Yeah, and the Cardinals have just been selling like crazy. I mean, they already sold a few pitchers with Hicks and Montgomery, so they might as well just keep the train going. And, Carlson never really panned out how they wanted. Get something for him.
So of all the guys I just named, what's the one guy that you're like, man, I'd like to see him come my way? Me, it's Erod. I want Eduardo Rodriguez. I just think his asking price might be too steep.
You know who I want, and it's more for his name, and I just always liked him as a pitcher, and I know it'd be cheap. Zach Greinke. I'd love him as our 5th starter. Just
Yeah.
we need some innings in Chicago, and I'm not saying he's going to be great. He's having a pretty bad year. His ERA is north of 5. Come to the National League, be our 5th starter. Maybe it turns around.
I'll tell you something about Zach Greinke. If the pitcher still hit, he would be much more valuable because he was a damn good hitter.
Oh, yeah.
Damn good hitter. I guess they said that Max Scherzer is going to pitch Thursday. Is the word on the street. Max Scherzer, man. The longer his career goes, the more punchable his face gets. I'm just not a Max Scherzer guy.
I was okay with him on the Nationals, and then after that, I'm like, this guy.
I didn't like him in New York. I really didn't like what he said after New York traded their closer. He tried to blame it on the front office and all that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
A little breaking news right here. The Miami Marlins are acquiring Jake Berger from the Chicago White Sox. He has 20 home runs on the season.
Wow. I was wondering if he would get moved. I like Berger a lot.
Yep, and not a young guy, too.
I think he's a free agent, though, isn't he?
Yep.
He's got like 25 bombs, I think.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's kind of like a Schwarber. He's only going to hit 190 or 200, but he's going to get 30 homers this year.
Yeah. Look, they needed something in that lineup. So they're not going all in, but it's a nice move. And I'm sure it's very, very cheap. It says Miami's number 4 prospect, Jake Eater. That seems steep.
That would be.
I mean, they've got a pretty highly rated farm system. Their number 4 prospect. See, what does he have left? Maybe okay. He's got 2 more years of arbitration left. So that's why. I thought he was a free agent after next year.
Oh, yeah, 24 and 25 arbitration. Yep.
Okay, so I don't hate that if I'm the Marlins. Because No, that's pre-arbitration. He doesn't even hit arbitration until 2026. How old is he? I thought he was older. He must be much younger than I realized. No, he's 27. He must have not cracked into the league. He must not have cracked to the league until he was about 24, 25. Because that is late in the game to hit.
That's correct. His first season was in 2021.
His arbitration, his first year is 26. So he'll be under control till what, 28? That's actually a pretty damn good deal for them. Assuming
this is really his only second full season. So, I mean, don't worry about the batting average right now if you're a team like the Marlins or whatever. This guy is only in his second full season in the Major League Baseball.
Now he is 27 and he is kind of husky, so you got to worry about that.
Hey, we like our husky boys here. We like the husky boys.
The more dough he gets in his pocket, the more dough's going to head towards his belly. Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying nobody. No, yes, I know what you're saying. You just said it. Let me see here. See if there's any other. Oh, here we go. What is this? No, never mind. It's nothing. So Burger goes to. It's so fitting that his name's Burger too. Like that dude is built like a hamburger spokesman. Like he should get down there in South Beach and find some burger joint, or even open up his own burger joint. Come check out Jake's Burgers right here on the fly.
And those are burgers with everything on it. There is nothing plain about those burgers.
Cram them down your mouth like I like to cram that fastball right down pitcher's alley. What is this? There's a video of Max Fried warming up, bullpen session again. So today's Tuesday. Yeah, that's in line with Friday. Normally you do your bullpen session 3 days before. So Max Fried, that's a pretty sight. It's been out 2.5 months. I swear it's felt like 9.5 years. I can't believe we lost him and Kyle Wright at the same damn time and just went on to grab the best record in Major League Baseball while they were out.
Yeah, and it's like, I know you guys talk about it every day, but from a national perspective, I look at the standings every single day. And to see how much success is happening in the division where there's a couple of good teams. I know the Mets, the Nats, but it's not like they're in the a dog division like with the Minnesota Twins, like the AL, Central. This is a pretty good division, and you guys are just dogging everybody.
Yeah, so just to get y'all caught up to speed, what's going on with the Atlanta Braves. So we have about 71 minutes before the deadline. Now, remember something. The deadline is the deadline, and that's when you have to have it submitted to the league. But a lot of times the news breaks about 15 to 20 minutes afterwards. So, assuming that everything goes down like I think it will, I think the Braves will make at least one more move. The plan is to come on around 6:20 to talk the deadline after we're going to be ending here at the top of the hour here on WQEE and step aside for about an hour. But when I come back on at 6:20 for the pregame show is going to be live, and we're going to be doing basically reacting to what happens. Now, if Brad Hand is the only damn thing that we get today, then I'll see you about 6:45. I'm not going to sit here and talk about Brad Hand. I can find better things for y'all to do with your hand for 25 minutes than talk about Brad Hand.
Hands up here.
Solid, man. Yeah. Keep him right. He's
Don't
solid.
cut me.
He's solid. Don't get me wrong, but Brad Hand is not earth-shattering stuff. But the last 2 years, the Atlanta Braves have made moves in what people would call the witching hour, right?
Yep.
And it'll trickle in. You'll find out that it was submitted this year. It'd be 5:59 Eastern, but the news doesn't hit. People don't find it out until 10, 15, 20 minutes afterwards. So that's why I'm giving it a little time to breathe, because I do believe we're going to have something. There are talks. I've heard it from 4 different sources now in the last 38 minutes. 4 different sources believe the Braves aren't done. And one of the things they think that they're going after is a starter, but they may be after another reliever. It may not be the big reliever everyone's hoping for, but it could be something that helps them bridge the gap. Remember, Dylan Lee is supposed to be coming back soon. They're expecting him to go on a rehab assignment as early as this weekend or probably next week. He's got a bullpen session that he's supposed to throw midweek. And so we just got Minter back. We added Hand. So we've got Hand and Minter. We'll get Lee back. That's 3 lefties that you can bring to the party for postseason. And 3 guys that all have postseason experience. So you're not worried about them shaking and knobbing in their boots, right?
And the way I look at it is, too, from the starting perspective, I mean, I know people don't all see it this way, but with Fried, like you said, working his way back, and Kyle Wright, hopefully he can come back more towards the end. There's like 2 pickups right there.
Yeah, see, that's the question, is the Kyle Wright thing, because he hasn't even gone out on a rehab assignment yet. So I don't expect him back until mid September.
Yep.
But what if he has a setback? And that's why I would like to see them add one more arm, not even for the postseason, because if you can go into the postseason and these guys are healthy, Max Fried, Spencer Strider, and at this point, give me Bryce Elder as my number 3, and Charlie Morton is a great number 4 to have. You don't really need another starter if these guys can stay healthy for the postseason. But to get to the postseason, I would like to see them bring a veteran on to eat some innings. And who knows, if it's the right fit, it could be someone that slides into your bullpen as well. But that's a big if. Don't you still feel like that Rich Hill move that he's going to up in the Padres bullpen? He is not going to be a starter.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he's had 3 stints with the Red Sox since the age of 40. I was like, this guy just is unbelievable. He's like Tom Brady light.
Yeah, he is. He sucks. Miami Marlins got Jake Berger. I'll say this. They traded Jake Berger with that much control left. Dylan Cease could be coming off the table. Because, man, Jake Berger? I mean.
No, that's definitely a name right there.
I mean, we're talking about a guy's got 25 home runs, 27 years old, and he's got control for like the next 3 or 4 years. So if you're selling him, why wouldn't you sell everybody else?
What do you think about the name Steven Matz for maybe a person that needs a pitcher? He's been better the last few starts, and his ERA is about to.
Steven Matz sucks.
Well, that's one thing.
I think he's got Mets DNA. I wouldn't want anything to do with him, man. Here's the thing. He is the ultimate. I don't know what to expect over here. You're spotting dimes. You're eating onions. I don't know what the hell you are. I know you've heard me use that term before.
Yes, sir.
I don't trust him. So if he's a guy that you're going to put in the, like for the Braves, if the Braves brought him in just to eat some innings, I'm fine with that.
Right.
But I don't want him in the postseason. But if he's my number 5 starter starting to get, we got to realize something. Our last 10 games, 3 are against the Cubs. The other 7 are against the Washington Nationals.
Whew. Now, question: do you think the Braves could bring in a pitcher that would actually get playoff starts, or would that cost too much?
It really depends. See, okay, so it depends on what the asking price on Erod is, because the thing about Erod is he's going to opt out. He's got a 3-year option that he can pick up at the end of the season, worth I think it's $45 million. This is his last big shot. There's no way, unless he gets injured, there's no way Erod does not go hit free agent market, right?
Erod just vetoed a trade to the Dodgers, it's being speculated. So he must, I don't know, it must be in his clause, but he vetoed to the Dodgers just now.
Wow. What's his beef there?
I don't know. I just see the breaking news that he vetoed it. I wonder why he would do something like that. Interesting.
Does he have warrants in Southern California? Like what? That's interesting. There's got to be a reason. I can't think of why. 10-team no trade clause that include the dot. I don't know.
That is, I mean, like you said, it must be traveling. Maybe he doesn't want to go way west because I got nothing else.
I mean, why would anyone want to stay in Detroit?
Exactly.
Get the hell out of here. That's wild. Of all the teams, is there someone on there he could have beef with? That's the only thing I can think of. Now, I will say this. There is this connection. He was teammates with David Price, who was on the Dodgers. And maybe Price has told him, you don't want to play here, but I've never heard bad. Look, much as we may hate the Dodgers, I've never heard bad things about that organization. So I don't know why. There's got to be a reason, though. Unless he just wants. Here's the other thing that Erod could be doing. He may not want to play in the postseason. He may just want to ride out this contract, pitch his next, 10 to 15 starts that he has left, and go hit free agency. So that might have something to do with it.
He's got his vacation in Acapulco lined up for October.
It could very well have something to do with that. I'd say that's more plausible. Because why would you not want to get the hell out away from the? So you know what that tells me? When he becomes a free agent, I don't want you. Because you don't want to try to win. That's that, dude. That's, you know what? That's a James Harden move right there.
That's just, I hate that.
He's more about himself. Unless there's something underlying that that's not being revealed, that he doesn't want to play there because he's got an issue with so-and-so. By the way, there is a game tonight.
With all this craziness.
There is a game tonight, and the lineups are out. We'll go over that at 6:20 when we come back. What is your walk-off for the day, sir?
Yeah, my walk-off, real quick, Rays, I'm going to take the money line. I like them tonight against the Yankees, minus 115, I believe it is. And my walk-off.
Give me Spencer Strider and the Braves on the run line tonight.
Amen. And for my walk-off, big wrestling week, SummerSlam this weekend in Detroit. I'll be attending that. You will hear us on the Wavelines with a little preview later in the week.
Yeah, so Thursday is going to be the what are we calling that? The slap and tickle special?
SummerSlam special tickle.
Grab ass on Braves country.
Yeah, hands up. Sing.
Are y'all going to do the show in manties? Mankini?
My Borat Mankini? Yes, sir.
All right, brother. We will, well, then I guess we won't get to what we were going to get to, so we'll do that some other time.
Man, there's so much going on. I'm out of here.
All right, brother. We'll see you Thursday on the SummerSlam. All right, we got to run. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show. Y'all keep it locked in here on the Key. Remember, Friday, the Chatahoots are in the playoffs. Braves Country today will bring you Braves baseball, 7:20 Eastern. Have a good one. And for those sticking around on YouTube, we will be back at 6:20, assuming the Braves do something. They don't do anything, we'll come around at 6:30, 6:45. Have a good one, y'all. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
I'm a Cokes.
You have try to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Hopefully y'all can hear me now. I just realized I was not in the thing, and I do apologize. There's probably silence for the last 15 minutes. We had the pregame stuff on, so hopefully you can hear us now. I'm double checking the sound here, and of course, there's all kinds of nonsense going on with the technology. Give me 1 second. But anyways, yeah. So, all right. So I do apologize. I don't think you could hear me prior to this. So I've only been on for a few minutes before that when we were playing the clips and whatnot. So this is what you've missed, as I did not realize I was not in the chat. So here we go. Justin Verlander goes to Houston, and that happened mid-afternoon, and he was traded from the Mets, obviously. And so you have that going on. You have the fact, here are basically the cliff notes of what has happened. I'm trying to keep up and make sure that we also keep everything going. Now I'm going to step away top of the hour so I can get ready for the broadcast, but I did want to come on and talk this. I thought there'd be more to talk about, to be honest with you. And this is very strange that we have not had anything trickle through. Now, I've seen things trickle through as late as 45 minutes to almost an hour after the fact. So maybe there's something in place. There have been a couple of things that have just came through in the last few minutes. The Padres have acquired Scott Barlow. Don't like that because I had him on our radar. So we hate to see that. But Scott Barlow is heading to the Padres from the Royals for relief pitcher Henry Williams. I won't do a deep dive on that. If you want to know who Henry Williams is, Google it. Here we go. Jean Segura is being traded to the Guardians from Miami, and he is a part of a package where it's him, and they are also sending another piece. And honestly, I think Jean Segura ends up getting DFA'd. But the Marlins acquired Jake Berger, the third baseman, from the Chicago White Sox. So they had a big upgrade there, in my opinion. I think that's a huge upgrade. Other things that trickled in just recently, Jack Flaherty goes from St. Louis to the Baltimore Orioles. I think that's a pretty good get. I'm not blown away by it, but I do think that's a pretty good get by Baltimore. I do think Flaherty, he has shown signs of an uptick in his velocity recently, so you like that. But all in all, he's been very hittable for, we'll say, the last several months. So he goes to Baltimore. He's had about 3 good outings here recently. Solid outings. I'm not going to say good outings. He's not the old Jack Flaherty, but 3 solid outings. And so they're hoping to get more of the same. Does he put them over the top and make them a World Series? No. Baltimore's going to have to figure out their pitching internally at this point. I'm a little surprised Baltimore didn't go after Erod. Erod's reasoning for turning down the Dodgers is he said he wants to be closer to his family on the East Coast. Now, I do know that he's from, I think it's the New York area, but anyways, he is from the East Coast, and I don't know what he has going on in his family life. That's obviously his damn business, none of ours. But essentially, he said no to the West Coast, and he wants to be closer to the East Coast and closer to his family. You know, I heard a lot of guys talking about they can't believe that he would do that. They can't believe that he would not make a run for 2 months to go to the postseason. And I get that side of it, and I do agree, me personally, hell yeah, I'd be all in. I'd be like, let's go. But we don't know what's going on in the man's personal life. I also think there's something else here too. What if winning a World Series is not that important to him? He is 2 months away from free agency. He has battled injuries. What if he just doesn't want to pitch the extra 5 to 7 times out in the postseason? What if he doesn't look at that being worth it, and what's being worth it to him is to make the most money he can entering free agency again? And maybe that has something to do with it. So that's what I take away from this. I will say this. If you follow a lot of the Braves writers on Twitter, this trade deadline, they have sucked. I mean, give us some insight. Give us a reason to follow your sorry ass. Don't write these stupid op-eds in The Athletic about what you feels about. Give us some breaking stuff. You work for the Atlanta Braves. You are side by side. You don't have any insight of what's going on. They're all reactionary. So following them is basically a waste of damn time. Everything that I found today remotely involved the Atlanta Braves has nothing to do with the 5 major Braves writers. So what in the world are they doing? I guess what I'm getting at is get up off your ass. Get up off your ass and go find out, because Mark Feinsand's finding stuff out about the Atlanta Braves. Buster Olney's finding out things about the Atlanta Braves. These are all guys who don't have day-to-day contact with the organization, and yet they're somehow more in the know than what guys who, I mean, they have microphones right next to Snicker every damn day. They were in the locker room interviewing, yucking it up today. I saw a couple of the stories, and it was a bunch of nothing burgers that they were yucking it up about. Like, find out what's going on. Why are we not making moves? I personally don't like the complacency, and it could come back to bite us in the ass. Do we have the best team in baseball? Yes. But that doesn't mean you get complacent. And look, I think this team can still go out and win the World Series, but I would have felt a lot better if we would have added just one piece, just one major piece. Brad Hand and Pierce Johnson are not major pieces. They're solid complementary pieces, and I'm not knocking them any shape or form. But it really is disappointing. This is the 3rd year in a row that I've done this, and I follow these Braves writers, and they're all reactionary. None of them have any insight on what's going on. And my biggest question would be, why the hell don't you? Like, do you not know how to talk to people? Do you not have to go up there and network and make friends in the business so that when something is going down, you're the first one? One of the Braves writers should have been the ones that broke the story about Brad Hand and Pierce Johnson. Instead, they're just retweeting it. Hell, anybody can do that. So anyways, it's looking more and more like we haven't done anything, because I'm not going to count adding Brad Hand as doing anything. So it looks like the team we have is the team we have now. You never know. Sometimes, I mean, we got another freaking writer. We're in the middle of this. Instead of finding out why in the hell we didn't do anything, he's over comparing Spencer Strider's numbers to pitchers who haven't pitched in 20 damn years. What does that got to do with the trading deadline, my guy? All right. It looks like Max Fried will most likely pitch either Friday or Saturday. If you missed the Braves Country Today show, we talked about that. They showed him doing a bullpen session, and what was kind of lost in the bullpen session, because the camera focused on him right next to Max Fried at one point, was Kyle Wright doing a bullpen session, and it was a full bullpen. It was not on flat ground, et cetera, et cetera. So Kyle Wright appears to be closer and closer to making a rehab start. And I still say he's probably a couple of weeks away from doing an actual, but once he gets to the rehab start of it, well, I say a couple of weeks, we'll say maybe by the end of next week, Kyle Wright could possibly, if everything goes right, Kyle Wright could possibly be going to the to begin a rehab assignment. That doesn't mean he's going to, we're talking about starting out with an inning here, an inning there, et cetera, et cetera. Because one thing they're going to try to do, they're going to try to build up his strength, and they don't want to mess up anything in the progression. So they're going to take baby steps, especially a team that has a double-digit lead in the division. And Max Fried's coming back Friday or Saturday. Snicker wouldn't commit, but when he was asked about Friday, what he did say was, we'll see. And I'm telling you right now, that's about the most you ever get out of Snicker when it comes to stuff like that. So we've got those two guys hopefully on the way back. Dylan Lee is expected to start his assignment soon. So I would expect an announcement on that possibly Wednesday or Thursday of an actual date. They've only been projecting it so far. So with all that being said, this team is heading into the stretch run, and assuming we haven't made any other deals, this is our team. And it's not like it has been the past couple of years where there's been a flurry at the end and all of a sudden out of nowhere, here comes the deal. I do know that Iglesias deal was announced much later than what the deadline was. So maybe there's something there. But I'm not going to hold my breath on it. And if we haven't heard anything within the first few innings, I'd say everything is dead. But there are things that trickle in. For whatever reason, it takes a little longer. And there are things that have to be worked out. But let's go ahead and hit some of the major things that have happened, teams that have been doing something. Philly added Mike Lorenzen. Michael Lorenzen is a good player. He is not someone that's going to blow you away. I don't think he's a difference maker. I don't think he sends them to the playoffs by any stretch of the to the World Series by any stretch of the imagination. They may make the playoffs. I still have my doubts about the Phillies this year because they don't have the pitching that they had, and they're not hot like they did, but we're still 60 games out, so we'll see what happens. I still think there's a couple of teams that could nip them. But it will be an interesting situation to see how that plays out, because if Philly does make the playoffs, a move like that, I'm not concerned about Michael Lorenzen in the playoffs. I'm just not. I don't think he has that kind of big game stuff. But he is a guy that I would have loved for the Braves to have added, because I would have loved to have seen him be able to eat innings down the stretch. But maybe they were asking too much from Atlanta. Kenyon Middleton, another arm I would have really loved for Atlanta to bring in. He did not head to Atlanta. He's heading to the New York Yankees. He throws high 90s fastball. He's on the last year of his deal. I don't believe it would have taken much to bring him in. And Middleton, along with Barlow, are two of the guys I had circled. We didn't get them. We did get Brad Hand. We did get Pierce Johnson. So you like that. But I would have liked to have had one more right-handed pitcher. And the thing about Brad Hand that you'll see, he's a shadow of his former self. He doesn't have the hard stuff anymore. He throws low 90s. He used to throw an uptick towards the higher mid to higher 90s. But he does have a nasty breaking pitch, and he tries to plays it off. He's really a guy that you bring in that's almost like a left-handed specialist. When he was in his prime, Brad Hand could face lefty, righty, because his breaking stuff was so hard and his fastball was so good that righties had a hard time reacting to it. Maybe the Braves can get more out of him than what he's shown in Colorado. And, of course, usually that is the case. Now, I didn't hate the move by Hand. I just would have liked something a little more splashier for the bullpen. I've said all along that I thought the starting pitching was fine, assuming everybody's healthy and comes back. If not, look out, man. We're going to be in October rocking and rolling with Dylan Dodd and Jared Schuster. But other moves, the Dodgers did not get Erod. He turned down the trade. They did get, in a last-second addition, Ryan Yarborough. That doesn't scare anybody. Paul DeYoung went to the Toronto Blue Jays. Jack Flaherty went to Baltimore. We just talked about that. Marlins got Jake Berger, a big, hard-hitting third baseman that they'll have under control for the next several years. He does hit for low average, but, man, he's got like 25. He'll probably finish with 30-plus home runs. And he's a kid that, as he develops, he'll probably be like their next Garrett Cooper, essentially. By the way, Garrett Cooper was shipped out west to the San Diego Padres. Tommy Pham did finally get moved. He went to the Arizona Diamondbacks. And remember, they also had Paul Sewell to the bullpen. Would have liked to have had him. Verlander to Houston. I think we already mentioned that on this one. Barlow to the Padres. Miami got Josh Bell from Cleveland. They sent Jean Segura and a prospect to Cleveland. So Miami's I'm not going to say going for it because they didn't like unload the clip and go after, the big boys, but they're definitely, if you're a Miami fan, you got to be pleasantly surprised that they're being aggressive at the deadline. That is for sure. And of course, Scherzer, the biggest thing with the Scherzer and Verlander move, and any Mets fan that tells you they did this great thing, they are owed, or the Mets are going to have to pay $90 million over the next 2 seasons to get rid of those two guys. So they're paying them $90 million to not pitch for the New York Mets. Now they got some prospects, but that's an expensive get. And the fact that they would pay that much to get rid of Verlander, you kind of would have liked to have heard that the Braves were in that mix. Not so much with Scherzer. With Scherzer, honestly, postseason, I think Scherzer is a 4-inning guy now. Twice through the lineup, and they're going to start tagging him. But Verlander can still get you 5 or 6. Verlander in the postseason can still bring you a quality start, if not even better. And that, to me, the Astros now have him for the next 2 seasons. That's essentially what it comes down to. So you hate to see it, but then again, if he's going to go somewhere, let him go to the American League. Why the hell not? I never really thought he was going to end up with the Dodgers, because the Dodgers, now considering the deal, okay, maybe. But the Dodgers, they're loading up all their pennies, their big buck pennies, to go after Shohei Ohtani in the offseason. And we talked about this on the show earlier today, but this is why I thought they were going after Erod, is because he's a free, or can be a free agent. He can opt out, and he's going to opt out. So they were trying to grab someone that they didn't have to pay next year. They're gonna land Ohtani. You can go ahead and make your peace with the fact that Shohei Ohtani is going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. He's not going to be a Brave. He's not going to be a Met. He damn sure ain't going to be a Yankee. They're over there clipping coupons nowadays. He's going to be a Dodger. I'm fine with that, because the more money they put towards that one basket, what if that basket doesn't work out for them? All those eggs in that basket, they're going to have to give Shohei Ohtani 10 years, and I think 750. I think he's worth every bit of 75 a year. Every bit. All right, we're going to take a break, step away for a second. I got to get ready for the broadcast, first pitch, and all that jazz coming up. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD on YouTube, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall, talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, no.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
Come here now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, An echoed answered fraud, but one scornful look from Casey and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's light? what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your hometown Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field with 24 home runs, 61 RBI, 51 stolen bases, batting .333. Ozzie Albies, 24 home runs, batting second, playing second, 74 RBIs, 7 stolen bases, batting .256. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, 24 home runs, 64 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .274. Matt Olson, batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves, leading the National League. Home runs, 36, RBI, 89. He has a stolen base and a .263 average. Sean Murphy is behind the plate tonight. 17 home runs, 58 RBI, batting .278. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter. 22 home runs, 49 RBIs, batting .237. Kevin Pillar is in left field with 6 home runs, 18 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .243. And it's about damn time. Orlando Arcia is batting 8th, playing short, 10 homers, 36 RBI, stolen base, batting .295. Michael Harris II has 9 home runs on the year, 28 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .272. He will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it'll be Spencer Strider night. He's 11-3 with a 3.73 ERA, 1.09 whip, 123 innings pitched, 98 hits allowed, 199 strikeouts, 36 walks, 18 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Patrick Sandoval. The southpaw from the Los Angeles Angels has a 4.13 ERA, 1.41 whip, 98 innings pitched, 97 hits allowed, 81 strikeouts, and 41 walks given up. 7 home runs allowed on the season. Behind home plate for the Los Angeles Angels, it's Jeremy Rehak. First base line will be manned by Chad Fairchild. Second base umpire Charlie Ramos, and down the third base line, it's Nick Lentz. Expecting temperatures in the high 80s to start the game tonight here at Truist Park that holds 41,149. The Atlanta Braves are minus 250 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves, Angels. Time for Atlanta to even up the series in Game 2 of a 3-game set. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Let's go! Welcome in, Braves Country. Far as we can tell so far, unless we get some news here, I'd say in the next hour or so. It does trickle in late sometimes. But it looks like the Braves trading deadline has come and gone. But it is Baseball time in Braves country, and Spencer Strider fires the first pitch down the heart of the plate, 97 miles an hour. Fouled away. It's 0-1. Atlanta Braves. Los Angeles Angels. Braves in their home whites. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. 97 misses. It's 1-1. Los Angeles Angels will come in with their gray pants and red tops, red hats. The 1-1 pitch. In the dirt. 2-1. Braves with the white top to bottom, their classic home whites with the Braves across the chest in red, tomahawk in red, numbers in red, names in navy on the back. The 2-1 pitch from Strider. Swing and fouls it away. It's 2-2. Braves come in minus 250 on the money line tonight, and the over-under for strikeouts for Strider has pretty much stayed the same. It's 9.5 tonight. The 2-2 pitch. Kicks and deals, and down below the knees. Ball 3-2. Straighten that up for y'all real quick. No, Kathy, I doubt Brad Hand has made it in from Colorado. The news broke around early afternoon as the 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball misses high, ball 4, and Spencer Strider walks the first batter of the game. He will probably show up sometime tonight. Now, he may get to the stadium in time for the end of the game. Don't expect him to be playing in tonight's game, but he very well could be. I haven't looked at his availability. I believe he pitched last night, but he may be available tomorrow. I would think it won't be till Friday. Shohei Ohtani comes to the plate. Shohei Ohtani takes a whiff at the first pitch, 98-mile-an-hour fastball, gunned it right by him. Up high and wide, it's 0-1. Shohei Ohtani, Spencer Strider. Doesn't get any bigger than this, does it? The 0-1 pitch. Strider lets it fly. Fastball right there at the knees, and it's 0-2. So Strider seeing Ohtani and Ohtani seeing Strider. Kind of feeling each other out almost like a heavyweight bout. Sean Murphy comes out to talk to Strider. Don't know if it's got anything to do with the fact that Strider has been kicking at the dirt where he lands. Right there on the mound. Oh, he slipped. They're showing the previous pitch, and he slipped. So he's trying to make sure that his footing is okay. So Murphy goes back behind the plate. See if he's good to go now. Boy, that is the last thing we need right as the trade deadline passes for Strider to slip and hurt himself. The 0-2 pitch from Strider to Ohtani. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Spencer Strider strikes out Shohei Ohtani on 3 pitches. How about that? And there's one away. Nice little changeup on the outer edge. Got him chasing. So he went fastball out wide, and then the fastball right there at the knees, and then took a little bit off. His changeup almost has that two-seam action, and there's one away. First pitch on the way to Crone fades in for a ball. It's 1-0. The trade deadline, look, I'm a little disappointed, especially because you no longer have the ability to make moves later into August. The 1-0 pitch down and away. 2-0. I thought for sure they would bring somebody in. I didn't think they would break the bank. I didn't remember the Braves farm system is a little non-existent right now because most of the very good players are up playing for the Braves. So you don't want to trade them away. The 2-0 pitch, foul back behind home plate. It's 2-1. But considering what he has done in the past, Anthopoulos, I thought he would pull something off. I didn't think he was going to get a big get, but I really was hoping, honestly, the Yankees got the guy that I really wanted, the 2-1 pitch, down and away in the dirt, ball 3-1. So Strider, other than the at-bat versus Ohtani, has been a little shaky so far. New York Yankees got Kenyon Middleton, who has 1 year left on his deal, hard-throwing right-hander, and I would have loved to add him to the bullpen. Scott Barlow, I know, was a very popular target for a lot of fans as a 3-1 pitch, down low, ball 4. So Strider has struck out Ohtani, but has walked the other two batters he's faced. You do wonder if something's in his head about the landing spot. He doesn't appear to have any more issues with it. But I will say they did fortify the bullpen, which really is the big thing. They have Brad Hand as the first pitch on the way is swung on, grounded over to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, flips it to Arcia, and it's a 4-6-3 inning ending double play. And just like that, we're out of the jam. Be back in a flash for more thoughts on the trade deadline.
Knowles win!
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator.
I heard that.
Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch from Patrick Sandoval to Ronald Acuna Jr. is off the plate, well wide of the plate. It's 1-0. 92-mile-an-hour four-seamer, but it really had two-seam action as it went towards the left-handed batter's box. Lefty-righty matchup, the 1-0 pitch, down and in for a ball. It's 2-0. So it appears that's it for the Braves as far as what we had for the trading deadline. I will say this. I know we're a little disappointed. The 2-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike, four-seam, just caught the edge. 2-1. Yeah, it could have been better, but at the same token, they addressed some needs, and the main need that I think that they have, because we have a plethora of starting pitching, is the 2-1 pitch from Sandoval, kicks and deals, down and in. It's 3-1, excuse me. So he's gone four-seam changeup, four-seam slider, down 3-1. See if Ronnie gets something to hit here. But we did remember last week as the 3-1 from Sandoval, swing and a miss, chase one off the edge. So it's a full count now at 3-2. Couldn't you probably like to have that swing back? It would have definitely been ball 4. Last week we added Pierce Johnson. Now I don't think that can be overshadowed. The 3-2 pitch, down and in, ball 4, and Ronald Acuna Jr. heads down to first to start the game. I've been really impressed with Pierce Johnson's stuff. We had him circled in the trading deadline specials that we did leading up to today's action. And I was happy that we got him. I like Hand. I would have liked to have had Suter, but Hand is a very good left-hander. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a curveball at the knees. They're going to call that a strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie didn't like it. Had some choice words for home plate umpire. Jeremy Rechak. So he asked for time to shake that one off. So open stance for Ozzie from the right-hand side, lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. On the way down low in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. It's 0-1. But we added, remember, yet last week we added Pierce Johnson, and he's got a filthy curveball and a really good fastball. So I like him. And if you look at his numbers, I had a chance to do a deep dive on him this morning. And as the 1-1 pitch, kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it back 95 up against the back behind home plate. It's 1-2. His splits on the road, meaning not playing at Coors Field, which is where he came from, were dramatically different. He had about an ERA of just over 3. He also came from closing in middle of June to not closing, and since then is the 1-2 pitch. They got Ronnie picked off. He's in between first and second, and they'll tag him. He just gave himself up. You don't really like to see that. 1 away. I mean, if you're going to get picked off, make an effort to get out of it, son. What are you doing? Did you take the Angels and the points? So anyways, Ronald Acuna Jr., by the way, second time he's been picked off in, 3-4 games? So the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, swing, and drags that foul in between third and home. We'll do it again at 1-2. I mean, you'd at least like to see some hustle. I'm not saying blow your knee out trying to get out of it, but, you never know. They could throw the ball away with his athletic ability. Lack of effort will never, ever make you happy. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again at 1-2. But back to the actual acquisition. Pierce Johnson, I think, is going to be good. I really do. He's also playing for a contract next year. He's in a walk year, so you love that part of it, right? And Brad Hand, he's got playoff experience. He's more of a lefty specialist at this point. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is rifled him to center field, cutting it off, and Ozzie has to put on the brakes. He's going to have to haul it back to first. Good hustle by Ozzie to come around first base. Thought about stretching it into 2, but realized how quickly Moniak cut that off. He headed back to first base, had to dive back in. So 1 on, 1 out. Really makes you hate the fact that Acuna got picked off there, because if he just stays put, he's easily standing on third. The defense is playing very deep, by the way, the outfield defense. So Austin Riley comes to the plate, and Austin Riley takes the first pitch right in there for a strike. It's 0-1. So Pierce Johnson, I thought, was a great ad. The left-hander, Brad Hand, is a veteran. He ought to work well. I've heard nothing but good things about him personally as far as working well in the dugout. And he's also the 0-1 pitch, swing, and saws it off foul over the first base line. It's 0-2. So you had a righty, you had a lefty. I don't think it hurts the fact that Johnson and Hand were teammates. But then remember, not only did they add, and granted, off the trash heap as the 0-2 pitch, swing, just got a piece of that to stay alive. Riley did. We'll do it again at 0-2. Runner on first, 1 out. But the the addition of Yanni Chirinos gives you a long man, just if nothing else, getting you to the postseason, right? To just eat innings. I don't think he's got the stuff to really blow you away anymore. The 0-2 pitch lets it fly. Fastball misses high, tried to get him to chase. In fact, the hind catcher, Tice, was on one knee with his glove race. So they were really trying to get him chased. By the way, thank you, Los Angeles Angels, for not starting Wallach, who just absolutely clubbed us to death last night. He's getting the night off. So I'll take that. I was glad to see he wasn't in the lineup. The 1-2 pitch to Riley, changeup, just misses off the plate. It's 2-2. So along with that, you had Hand, you had Johnson. Well, like I said, I think has good stuff. And I think another thing that gets lost in this, because we would have liked to add the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep into center field. Trying to make the catch is Moniak, the center fielder. He falls, busts his tail, somehow keeps the ball from rolling behind him. On the play, Austin Riley is going to make it all the way to second. Ozzie had to hold up, so he'll be at third. But I will say this, Moniak, that was a hell of an effort to stick your arm out there. If you're watching on TV, you're seeing it. If you're not, and you're listening on radio riding down the road, I do apologize. But my God, he was falling towards his right, slipped, realized that the ball was going to go behind him, stuck his glove out and knocked it down. If it rolls behind him, not only does Ozzie score, Riley's at least on third. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, first pitch on the way, slider misses off the plate wide. It's 1-0. But the other thing that I think is getting lost is Daysbel Hernandez. He's got really good stuff. And I know he's given up a couple of hits, but I mean, you look at his stuff, it looks really good. So I think their bullpen is the 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Is it going to be deep enough to score Ozzie? Moniak cuts the ball off. Here he comes. Here comes the throw. They will not make an effort, and your Atlanta Braves score. It's 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. It'll be an F8 and a RBI sac fly for Olson, and the Braves lead it 1-0. So with all that being said, I really think that the Braves didn't need a whole lot. And from my understanding, they were asking the Moon and Stars from Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Murphy is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. I also think there's a reason why you see Anthopoulos so aggressive in the offseason and less aggressive as far as making like big moves at the deadline, because you tend to see these franchises, as the 1-0 pitch swung on and rifled foul back behind home plate, slaps against the screen, it's 1-1. You see these franchises realistically just trying to take advantage of teams like Atlanta, who are, they figure, going for it and want to solidify their chance for the World Series. So he was aggressive in the offseason, giving up Contreras to get Murphy. He tends to be much more aggressive in the offseason than during the regular season. The 1-1 pitch, down and in. Did he go around? The ball pops out of the glove of the catcher, Tice. They said he did not, so it's 2-1 to Murph. Good take by Murph. So with all that being said, I was hoping for a couple more. The biggest thing that I wanted, honest engine, I wanted to get the right-hander from Chicago, the 2-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 2-2. I would have loved to gotten Dylan Cease. I would have loved to get Erod, but I never thought he would give up that kind of stuff. But Kenyon Middleton seemed like a reasonable get, and I'm disappointed we didn't get him. Barlow, I'm on the fence about. So it doesn't kill me that we didn't get him. The 2-2 pitch, and that ball's in the dirt, gets away. Riley's going to stay put at second. Smart base running by Riley, realizing you don't really gain a whole hell of a lot from going to second to third with 2 outs. So I'm with the fan base. I get why you want him to see him be aggressive, but he's planning on this Braves team being very good for a very long time, and he doesn't want to gut what he's building. So the most difficult part about this is the 3-2 pitch swung on and tap foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again, full count. Is that with all this going on, you no longer have the waiver wire. So in August, like you used to. So that part is very, very disappointing because you know you can only make so many moves. The 3-2 pitch. Sandoval lifts the glove and fires in the dirt. Ball 4. And your Atlanta Braves had runners on first and second. 2 outs. Coming to the plate is Marcell Ozuna. See if I can get all the comments. Good evening to everybody in the comments, by the way. Yes, 12:20 is the first pitch tomorrow. And yes, we will have. The plan is every game Monday through Saturday, we will have the rest of the year. Sunday, most of them. This Sunday, we will have the game. So runners on first and second, 2 out. Marcell Ozuna, lefty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Way outside wide. What a no. Marcell Ozuna, who's been on a tear recently, hitting 4 home runs over the weekend. You know, another thing that we forget about is all this is going on, all these additions, is the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, taken all the way. Ozuna, man, he's got that trigger where he's like, man, I know I should have swung at that, but it's 1-1. Changeup was right there in his wheelhouse. He swings at that. That thing is probably still flying. So runners on first and second, 2 out. The 1-1 pitch to Ozuna. Fastball misses high, 2-1. Meanwhile, Sandoval, the left-handed starter for tonight, he's up to 30 pitches here in the first inning. The 2-1 to Ozuna. Sandoval lifts the glove. Looks back, the runner at second, rocks and fires. Fastball misses high, 3-1. So you got a 3-1 count to Ozuna. The Braves lead 1-0. Runners on first and second and 2 out, so they'll be moving at the crack of the bat. The 3-1 pitch. On the way, swing, and fouls that down the line. He hammered that ball, but it was into the second level, but probably 100 feet or so to the left of the foul pole. But with all this being said, remember, we're getting Max Fried back. They expect to get Kyle Wright back. We should be getting Jesse Chavez back. Dylan Lee should be coming back soon. That's almost like trade deadline moves. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls it off, rifles it into the stands, and it's 3-2. And oh, by the way, this is like the other year. This is not like other years. This team is the best in baseball right now for a reason. And we haven't had Fried. We haven't had Wright. For the most part, we haven't had Lee. We haven't had Chavez for quite some time. The 3-2 pitch. Runners will be on the move. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. The windup and swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the change up off the edge, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves take a 1-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So we pull up our canoe, and there are like 400 Indians with arrows aimed right at us. I'm starting to freak a little.
Actually, it was probably closer to 300.
Okay, thanks, Clark. So I say, we come in peace.
Well, no offense, but it was actually Sacagawea who said that.
Right. Well, luckily we brought plenty of beaver furs.
Pelts.
Do you want to tell the story, Clark?
Here is the time that Babe Ruth fought the wall, and the wall won. July 5th, 1924. In Ruth's first at bat, he slapped a double to right field that moved leadoff hitter Whitey Witt to third. In the fourth, with 2 outs and a runner on third base, Senators first baseman Joe Judge connected on a pitch that went down the right field line. Seeing this, Ruth sprinted to the left, hoping to end the Senators' scoring opportunity. As the ball dropped foul into the crowd, bam! Ruth ran full force into the wall and dropped unconscious to the grass. Immediately, both the Yankees trainer and uniformed police hurried to the Babe's aid. At first, they thought he had hit his chin on the concrete, but they soon discovered that he had been knocked out by a jolt in the solar plexus. He also hurt his left leg at the hip. Ruth would eventually come to after 5 long minutes. Aside from the noticeable limp, you would never know he was hurt. In his next at-bat, in the top of the 6th, he would double off the center field wall. Ruth would finish 3 for 3, and the Yankees would go on to win the first game 2-0. After the final out of the second game, Ruth was diagnosed with a bruised pelvic bone. Despite the news, he wouldn't miss any time, and he would go 3 for 4 and belt his 22nd home run of the season the very next day.
Ruth's Far Eastern tour was a triumph. When he got back, he learned that the Yankees, team that he had built, had decided to dispense with his services and had no intention of making him a manager. He turned down an offer to run their best farm team as beneath his dignity. Instead, he joined the worst club in the National League, the Boston Braves, lured by a vague promise of becoming manager the following season. The Braves never really meant to give him the manager's job. The main hope was that his mere presence would boost receipts.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves hit the trading deadline, adding Brad Hand today, if you missed that. And that was about it, other than the moves that we did make earlier last week. First pitch on the way for Spencer Strider here in the top of the second inning to Renfroe is way off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Renfroe comes in with 17 home runs, 253 on the year. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, ball 2-0. But at the same token, with everything we just talked about, yeah, I would have liked to see them be a little more aggressive. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 right down the pipe. It's 2-1. I think it would have been a little different if this team had been scuffling a little bit and they wanted a jolt, but it seems like you got a good chemistry. You definitely have good players. The 2-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky, can of corn, and making the catch is Murphy in foul territory with a big smile on his face as there was a debate between him, Strider, and Olsen. I'm sure he's laughing, thinking to himself, I've got the most to deal with all the catcher gear, and I'm the one that makes the play. There's one away. Moniak, who probably saved a run when it's all said and done in the last half inning, steps to the plate, the center fielder, swing and a miss strike, 97 up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Strider rocks and fires, swung on, hit hard on the ground, but way out in front of that one. It's 0-2. Philadelphia and Miami. Miami leads 1-0. That game is in the 6th inning as they started a little earlier. The 0-2 pitch, down and in, 1-2. Try to get him to chase the changeup. Miami Marlins were really aggressive. I mean, I'm impressed at the fact that they went after some pieces they thought they needed. The 1-2 pitch, outside wide, 2-2. Miami could be a thorn in the side come October. That's for sure. We know they got the pitching, and today they added a few. It's a little small pieces. They added Josh Bell as the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Spencer Strider, 98 miles an hour down the chute on the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Spencer Strider, now with 2 strikeouts, to go along with the 2 walks. First pitch on the way from Strider to Grichuk is 97 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. straight smoke on the outer edge. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and deals. Clips the outer edge. Up top, it's 0-2. The 0-2 from Strider. Lets it fly. Just misses off the edge. 1-2. Thought he might actually get that call. It was a little off the plate. So a 1-2 from Strider, his 28th pitch of the evening. Turns and deals. Swing and fouls it away. 98 down the line. Do it again at 1-2. Baltimore leads Toronto 3-2. I guess the good thing when it's all said and done is now we know what all the teams are going to look like. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is sawed off just over the head of Matt Olson. It's going to trickle into right field. Ronald Acuna Jr. hustling up on the play, so Grichuk will be held to a single. That ball was not hit very hard. I'd like to take a look at that and see what the numbers on that is. But you talk about a seeing eye single. That was it. So runner on first, 2 out. The left-handed bat of Tice comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. I know the sky is falling in New York right now. Not only did the Mets have a fire sale, but the Yankees only added one relief pitcher this entire trade deadline, and their offense is the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, pulled the string on the change, outer edge, it's 0-2. Their offense, I was listening to a show up in that area today, and they were going over the numbers, and man, oh man, is that offense just wildly underperforming. The 0-2 pitch swung on, tapped over to first. Matt Olson will step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get out of it. We'll be back in a flash.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
Two teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least one hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as "E-ya." In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced long.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. We'll go back to work, and Kevin Pillar finally gets to start. First pitch on the way to Kevin is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Good to see Kevin getting a chance to start in left field tonight. Eddie Rosario getting the rest. against the left-handed starter. The 1-0 pitch. Lets it go. Swing and taps it foul. 1-1. So Braves looking at what they got ahead. It sounds like Max Fried will be back either Friday or Saturday. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate wide. Ball 2-1. Long-awaited return. And that's what they'll sell to you over the next couple of days. The 2-1 pitch swung on, tapped high and foul off the plate. It's 2-2. They're going to sell to you that, well, our big acquisition is getting the guys back, and that sounds dandy and everything, but really, I mean, who wouldn't have wanted to have either Erod, who's been a phenomenal left-handed pitcher this year. I really felt like the Mitch Keller and the Bednar thing was unrealistic. Whoever started those rumors, these guys had 2 and 3 years left on their contracts and very controllable money. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded hard on over to third. Making the play is Moustakas. He flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout for out number 1. So when they started talking about making these trades, when I first started hearing Keller and Bednar, I was like, I kind of got excited. And then immediately the next day we go to do a show and I went to look at it like, why would Pittsburgh trade their ace and their closer who they have 2 and 3 years left after this year, after the season of control? If you're going to do that, you're going to do that in the offseason. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is right there for a strike on the outer edge. Just kissed the black. It's 0-1. Because you go from 5 or 6 teams interested to 29, and you can really pick someone clean. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires in the dirt. And it's 0-2. I think it's more likely that they trade Bednar than Keller. They might wait till the deadline because Bednar being a reliever, those guys are so up and down with their careers. The 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2-1. So he's gone 4-seam slider to start the at-bat. The 4-seam was on the outside, then went in towards the toes on the sliders. The 2-1 from Sandoval. Rocks and fires. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Chasing it over towards the first base foul line. It will. And it's a pop-up out number 2 into the glove of the first baseman, just past the first base dugout. So 2 quick outs. Michael Harris comes to the plate. Michael Harris the second. There's also news that Sam Hilliard, by the way, starts a rehab assignment this week. First pitch on the way to Michael is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I think when you start thinking about what the Atlanta Braves roster is going to look like come October, assuming health, the 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit hard, but right at the center fielder, Moniak, he'll make the catch. That ball was whistled out there. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm a gigolo. How much do you think I could charge at night?
Here or in Japan?
Forget Japan. How much would you pay?
Oh, I don't know. $1?
I think I'm worth at least $300.
Oh, I don't think so.
For all night.
I know. You're a gigolo.
Yeah, well, you hired me. I'm the victim here.
Did I force you into this life?
Yes. You and every woman like you.
Geico knows there are many reasons why you ride. From the exciting adventure of the daily commute to the peace of mind that Geico always has your back with 24/7 access to claim service and legendary customer service. But Pamela Mund had one reason in particular.
My skin is extremely averse to most fabrics, except for the soft, buttery feeling of leather. Thankfully, I found my clan of leather lovers in the biking community. It's been life-changing.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Braves Country today. today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today, we go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed, morally, a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves lead at 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, bang foul down the third base line towards the dugout. It's 1-1. Scoreboard watching against the Orioles. They are tied with Toronto, 3-3. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase the slider there. Number 9 hitter Nito batting .247. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Strider taking a second to regroup on the mound. He's at 35 pitches so far. The 3-2. Spencer lets it fly. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn near short. Arcea's got it, and there's one away. One down. Find it interesting. So they're doing a bobblehead night in Truist Park for Fred McGriff, Hall of Fame. His first pitch on the way to Rengifo is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. He went into the Hall of Fame without a cap, decided not to do that, not to pick a cap, though. 0-1 pitch, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-2. And though I don't really have a big problem with that, I guess my thought is how many other teams are giving him a bobblehead. I think when most people think of Fred McGriff, they think Atlanta Braves. It's where he won his ring. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 cooking on the outer edge. And there's 2 away. Spencer Strider, who got his 200th strikeout of the night earlier, came in with 199. It's his 3rd strikeout tonight. He'll go back to work against Shohei Ohtani, who struck out the first time up. Welcome in. Good to see everybody in the chat. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. See the question by Braden. Hence the name Braves Country. There's a lot of Braves fans in here, but all fans are welcome. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and taps it foul. It's 1-2. The Spencer Strider has Ohtani down 1-2. He's already struck him out once. Wouldn't that be something to strike out Ohtani twice? Ohtani, for all his power, is really not known as a strikeout hitter. The 1-2 from Spencer lets it go. Swung on and hits it down the line. 99, way foul and out of play. It's 1-2 once again. Braves 1, Angels nothing. Top of the third, the 1-2 pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Saw a couple of writers this morning making a big deal about the fact that the Braves walked Ohtani and not face him in a critical part of the game last night. And I'm thinking, why in the hell would you pitch to him? The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. The ex-Cincinnati GM was being asked about it on the radio today, and he said, it's what I did to Barry Bonds every time. I wasn't going to let him beat me. No, that's right. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And Shohei Ohtani is down on strikes again. How about that?
Rio de Janeiro to here, do you know how far that is?
6,842 miles.
Well,
Look,
do you know what kind of mail system they must have?
the Brazilian mail system, government run, with an annual budget of 27,485,000 pesetas.
How do you know these things?
You mean I'm right?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I swear to you, some white people are so extra because if they see somebody they don't know or ain't seen in a while, they'll be like, Tom, is that you? Well, shove a stick up my ass and call me a corn dog. How you been?
In 1936, 2 new stars made their first appearances in the big leagues. The first was a 17-year-old fastball pitcher from Iowa, whose father had built him his own practice field. He was signed by the Cleveland Indians, and in his very first start, he struck out 15 St. Louis Browns. A few weeks later, he set an American League record by striking out 17 A's. Then, he went back home to finish high school. His name was Bob Feller.
We went to the World Series in 1834 in St. Louis and saw the Gas House Gang. And I thought right then and there that I was only 15, that Major League Baseball wasn't that far away. And not being cocky, I had a lot of confidence. My father gave me a lot of confidence. I never was afraid of a batter on a mound. They may hit me well, but I was never afraid of them.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. goes back to the bat, and the first pitch is a curveball up top, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna walked his first time up and was picked off second time in 4 games, excuse me. The 0-1 pitch lets it go. Down below the knees. Good take by Ronnie. It's 1-1. Pretty wild how Ronald Acuna Jr., Ozzie Albies, and Austin Riley all came in today, the 1-2-3 hitters with 24 home runs, the 1-1 pitch. Right there, just, guess they're going to say that was low or maybe wide. Looked like it might have been a strike. 2-1. The 2-1 to Acuna. Lets it fly. Slider well off the plate. It's 3-1. So Acuna's got a 3-1 count to start off here in the third. Sandoval lets it go. Off the plate, ball 4, and he'll head down to first again. You know he's probably determined to steal a base now. Runner on first, nobody out. If you're just joining us, Ozzie Albies scored, who's coming to the plate now in the first inning after singling and a sac fly by Olsen. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch swung on and pops it up high into shallow right field. coming in, making the play is Renfroe. And there's one away. So one down, and Austin Riley comes to the plate. Riley he's 1 for 1. The first pitch to Austin is right there at the knees for a strike. Looked like the slider. It's 0-1. Austin Riley hit a double his first time up. Angels outfield playing deep once again. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-1, 95. Austin Riley. 1-1 count, and Olsen standing on deck. The pitch, swing, and hits it high in the sky, but it'll bend foul out of play down the right field line. It's 1-2. Braves 1, Angels nothing. Game 2. Of a 3-game set. Game 3 tomorrow, 12:20 first pitch. They're going to flip it over there to Acuna, try to catch him napping again. He quickly scatters back to the bag. We'll come on tomorrow a little before noon with the pregame show and get you set for Braves Angels pitch by pitch, play by play. The 1-2 pitch lets it go. Swing, and drags that foul down the third base line. Good job staying alive there. It's 1-2. First pitch is 12:20, and then we'll have the post-game show following the game. We'll discuss the trading deadline and the ins and outs of everyone, not just the Braves, but who we have to deal with. Sandoval flips it over again to third with a 1-2 count. Acuna back to the bag. So now Acuna, if he wants to go, Sandoval would have to throw him out or it's a balk. The 1-2 pitch. He stays. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on the changeup, 83 miles an hour, down and in, and there's 2 away. Sandoval, by the way, here in the bottom of the third inning with 2 outs, he's at 56 pitches. So here comes Matt Olson, lefty-lefty matchup. He had a sac fly RBI his first time up. The first pitch is way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. You do wonder if Acuna may be on the move here with Olson standing at the plate. Try to get in scoring position. The 1-0 pitch. Lifts the glove and lets it go. Slider, top of the zone, outer edge. It's 1-1. You'd hate to get thrown out if you're Acuna because the National League leading home run hitter at the plate, but at the same token, he might have a chance of a good jump. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So now a 1-2 count. Braves lead 1-0. Sandoval looks back the runner at first. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the windup in the pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 1-1. He's gone sinker and then 3 consecutive sliders. All 4 pitches on the outer half of the plate. He wants nothing to do with Olsen's wheelhouse. The 2-2 pitch. On the way, swing, and taps it over to first. Is it fair? It is fair. First baseman steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put one on but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
We can't urban dern your frazzle dazzle.
You don't want to miss, as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they could go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Out of the way, into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. What a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience. Not you.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement, which is at present attendant on these contests, will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City item.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Yeah, the sports writers takes to me as the 0-1 pitch, swing and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2. Kind of take them with a grain of salt because there are very few of them that aren't just yes men because they don't want to rock any ships because they want to make sure they continue to get the interviews. The 0-2 pitch, down and away. Did he go around? He did. Strike 3. Spencer Strider, his 5th strikeout of the game. And there's one away. So one down, Moustakas comes to the plate. Moustakas takes a hack at the first pitch, 98 inside, right in his kitchen. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, rocks and fires, fastball, 97. They're going to say missed just high and inside. 1-1. The 1-1. Strider lets it go. Swung on and pops it up high into left field. Here comes Pilar. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. You do wonder, or at least I wonder, what kind of mood there was in the locker room when they found out that essentially not a whole lot was done. I don't know if there would have been more of a, hey, they believe in us kind of thing and let's go, or if there was a little bit of a, might be a little bit of a downtrodden as the first pitch is inside for ball. It's 1-0. It's nothing but human nature for these players to start thinking about who could or could not be added to their team. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1. Renfroe, 0 for 8. He's hitting .478 in his last 6 games. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. 4 multi-hit games for Renfroe, so he's been on fire. He asked for time. A 1-2 count. The pitch on the way from Strider. Swung on, taps it foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. Pittsburgh leads Detroit 4-0 in the 5th. Rays all over the Yankees 4-0 in the 5th. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. 99 up top. 1-2 once again. The 1-2 from Strider. Misses off the plate, taken all the way. 2-2. Moniak stands on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Number 6. How about that? A half dozen so far.
What kind of names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Wide Butt, Wally the Whale.
Porky, Hog, Fat Ass, Double Wide, Butterball, those sorts of things, right?
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. It's a tough time for any kid, and especially now as he stands naked under the world out there in right field, and they taunt him and they chant his name.
He takes his cap off and reacts to it. It's just been a tough time.
I tell you, it's a tough business. And the chant continues, the taunt of Strawberry. High fly ball to Strawberry. Wind blowing it. One away. Boy, they're really on his case. Oh.
Armchair.
No one ever saw anything graceful or picturesque about Wagner on the diamond. His movements have been likened to the gambols of a caracoling elephant. He's so ungainly and so bow-legged that when he runs, his limbs seem to be moving in a circle after the fashion of a propeller. But he can run like the wind. New York American.
A Pennsylvania coal miner who had once hoped to become a barber, Wagner became a star in the Iron and Oil League, and in 1900 joined the Pittsburgh Pirates, where he played shortstop for 18 years. He hit better than 315 seasons in a row, stealing 722 bases, setting league records for at-bats and number of games played that stood for 4 decades.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sean Murphy will get it going here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch is swung on and lifted high, not very deep into left field. Underneath it is Grichuk. He'll make the catch, and there's quickly 1 away. Khalil Watson was a part of that deal for the Marlins, as the Marlins sent Khalil Watson and Jean Segura, who may very well get DFA'd, for Josh Bell. And Khalil Watson evidently was one of their better prospects. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And nothing against Josh Bell. He's always been a solid career and whatnot, but to give it one of your better prospects for a guy who's seen his better days, this is the 1-0 pitch off the plate. Whoa. They're going to call that a strike. It was about 3 inches off the plate. Ozuna just kind of shook his head, not going to say anything. That pitch was way off the plate. The 1-1 pitch on the way, off the plate wide. They will call that one a ball. It's 2-1. Mentioned this before, but when you see the screen there where they put the dots at, that's not very indicative of where the ball actually lands. They're more reactionary. The 2-1 pitch. Down and in. Ball 3, 3-1. So Ozuna has him at a 3-1 count. He'll be sitting dead red. If not, we've seen Marcell take many a walks here this year. The 3-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and fouls it out of play. 96 right through the zone. And it's a full count to Marcell. Marcell Ozuna, of course, led the National League in home runs. Of course, in 2020, the shortened season because of the pandemic, but nonetheless was the league leader. The 3-2 pitch to Marcell. The wind up and lets it go. Fastball way outside wide. And Ozuna works a 1-out walk. Sandoval, by the way, is now at 68 pitches, something you want to keep an eye on there. They can get into that Angels bullpen. Especially get into them with the lead. The Angels are fighting for a wild card slot. They are 3 games out of the wild card. First pitch on the way to Pilar is a curveball. Maybe touches the top of the zone. Called for a high strike. It's 0-1. Pilar 0 for 1. Getting the start tonight. Rosario just getting a night's rest. No injury reported. The 0-1 pitch. On the way, misses high. 2-0. That looked like possibly a curveball that didn't curve. Might have been a changeup. Either way, it was a flat pitch. Low 80s. That was just a few inches lower. Pilar probably plants it in the seats. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. Down and in. 2-1. So you got a runner on first and 1 out. Braves lead 1-0. Ozuna runs well for a big man, but doesn't have the greatest of speed. If you put one in the gap, though, might have a chance to score. The 2-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and fouls it away. Do it again at 2-2. Braves tomorrow. .21 pitch. We'll have it right here. Going up against the Angels. And as of right now is the 2-2 pitch from Sandoval. Swung on and fouled down the line. 89 miles an hour. Looked like you went for the slider up top. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Tomorrow's game, hopefully the rubber match. Hopefully the Braves can get a win tonight. Tomorrow's game is Lucas Giolito versus Yanni Chirinos. They definitely have the upper hand in the pitching matchup there. The 2-2. Swung on and hit hard on the ground. It's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You know, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
They're talking good about you. You want to read that Tweeter machine, man. Everybody's getting on that Tweeter machine. You want to read it. My Tweeter machine is turned off.
On October 1st, 1903, Nuffset and his royal rooters were among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates in the very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest. Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves clinging to a 1-run lead. First pitch on the way from Spencer Strider. High and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt to Moniak, the center fielder, righty-lefty matchup, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line, but foul, 2-1. Braves come into tonight 11 in front of Philly, 11.5 in front of the Marlins, 17.5 in front of the Mets. The 2-1 pitch, down and in, ball 3, 3-1. You don't want to walk Moniak. He's got speed. Of course, representing the tying run, the leadoff hitter, never a good idea. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into center field down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single. They also come in 23.5 in front of Washington, but more importantly, 3 in front of Baltimore, 4.5 in front of Tampa Bay, and 8 in front of the Dodgers. So that's the closest team to them in the National League. 8 in front of Texas. Those are for the best records in baseball. Strider, righty-righty matchup versus Grisham. Swing and a miss. The first pitch. It's a slider off the edge, down and away. It's 0-1. Runner on first, nobody out. The 0-1 pitch, just off the plate, 1-1. Spencer Strider here in the 5th inning, sitting at 66 pitches. So a pretty good number. I'd like to see him get a couple more innings. The 1-1, swung on and shoots that foul towards the first base dugout on the ground. 1-2. I bet the conversation between Weiss and Snicker and whatnot in the office after the trading deadline, after basically nothing was done, was a whole lot of, well, what are you going to do? Let's go get him. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit hard down the left field line, but plenty foul up against the screen. 1-2. We're never going to get the real answer from them. But you know there's a jolt that comes into the clubhouse when you add a big name. The 1-2 pitch lets it go inside, 2-2, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. You know they had to have been dancing in Houston, adding Verlander, who those up there in years, it's either his last five or 6 starts, he's got a 1.5 ERA. The 2-2, Strider lets it go. Swung on, and that ball is lifted foul well out of play over the first base dugout. It's 2-2. Randall Grichuk, who's batting .310 this season, The wind up the pitch. Swung on, and that ball is rifled into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Pilar. He'll throw it into second. And a good defensive play keeps Grichuk from stretching that into a double. Moniak does go first to third, so the tying run is on third base with nobody out. That could have been a lot worse. It's a hard hit ball against the defense. Strangely enough, they were playing him to pull down the left field line, but they were playing him towards right center in center and right field. So that'll bring Tice, the catcher, up to the plate. Tice takes a swing at the first pitch, 97 up top. It's 0-1. So there was a huge gap in between right center and far left field is what I was getting at. He hit it where they ain't. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball just misses off the plate. 1-1. Matt Tice, the hind catcher tonight. Wallach getting the night off, the 1-1. Down and away. Ball 2-1. As well as Wallach hit the ball last night, I'm really surprised that they benched him. I know Strider's a tough customer, but I would have put him back out there. He was hammering the ball. So a 2-1 count, runners on the corners, nowhere to hide for Strider. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 97 right in his kitchen. It's 2-2. So a big pitch coming here. If Strider can get either a strikeout or a pop out, I think the Braves would even take a double play here. They'd probably give up that run. If it's hit to Riley, he'll come home, but they're playing him to pull and they're playing him back. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 98 right down the pipe. He couldn't catch up with it, and there's one away. Big strikeout there for Strider. Strider, his 7th of the night. The first pitch on the way to Nato is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Shortstop number 9 hitter Nato, batting .245 with 8 home runs. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Good stop by Murphy. Backhanded it. It's 2-0. Baltimore's taking a 1-run lead over Toronto. The 2-0. Strider lifts the glove and lets it go. Swing and a miss. 98 up top. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is the leadoff hitter Rengifo, and then you've got Ohtani in the hole. So this is a big out here for Strider if he wants to stay out of a big inning. He has struck out Ohtani twice, but the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 99 up top. It's 2-2. Though he has struck out Ohtani twice, I don't want him go for the hat trick with the bases jammed. So a 2-2 count. Runners on the corners, 1 out. The Braves infield shaded towards the right. The 2-2 on the way. Lets it go. Swing and fouls it back out of play. Do again at 2-2. Two on, 1 out, a 2-2 count. The number 9 hitter Nito standing at the plate. Strider lets it go. Swung on, and it's a tapper back to Ozzie. Ozzie flips it to Arcia. Arcia fires it down to first. They get the force at second, but Nato beats out the throw, so it's a tie ball game, but there are two away. Slow developing play. If he hits that a little hard, it's going to get past Ozzie, so all in all, you can't complain. If they didn't have Ozzie playing so far towards the bag, he would have been able to get to it a little quicker, and they might have been able to turn the double play. It would have been close. But instead, you got 1 on, 2 out. Rengifo comes to the plate. He had a home run last night. The first pitch on the way, 98 up top, misses. It's 1-0. Standing on deck, Shohei Ohtani. The 1-0 pitch from Strider. Lifts the glove and fires. Nope, turns and flips it back over to first. Almost catches him napping. Pretty good pickoff play by Strider. Rengifo, 0 for 1. He walked in the first. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 96 out wide. It's 1-1. Like we talked about a second ago, he hit a solo shot last night, hit the top of the wall and bounced to the crowd and not back onto the field. If it bounces the other way, it would have been a double. The 1-1 pitch just clips the outer part of the zone, kissing the black. It's 1-2. Rengifo doesn't like the call. Probably a very 50-50 pitch where if you're a Braves fan, you say it hit the corner. If you're a Rangers fan, you say, what are you, nuts? The 1-2 pitch, they set up inside. Fastball swung on, back up the middle, and into the glove after. Wow, what a play. The ball came off the glove of Strider, goes ricocheting to Arcia. Arcia grabs it, toe taps second for the forced play. We'll be back in a flash.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool!
Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to choke and pound when Florida State would come to town. But they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby P.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays?
Mine does not.
No, it doesn't.
Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations.
Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried.
Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied with the Angels 1-1. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Time to get Strider some runs. Sandoval will go back to work, lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way from Sandoval is 90 at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Orlando Arcia, 0 for 1 with a foul out in the second inning. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. Orlando Arcia, first-time All-Star in his 8th Major League Baseball season. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's hit hard up the middle, but right at Rengifo. He has to back up a step, makes the play, flips it over to first, and there's one away. 4-3 in your scorecard. Baltimore leads Toronto 4-3, bottom of the 6th. Miami leads Philadelphia 1-0 in the 9th. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is inside, sinker, swung on and fouled towards the first base dugout. It's 0-1. It's got to be a tough pitch to pick up for a left-hander. The pitch was heading towards, I think he thought it was going to cut away. Instead, it dipped inside under his hands. The 0-1 pitch swung on and just got a piece of that one. Foul, 0-2. Milwaukee leads Washington 5-3. That game is in the 6th inning. Minnesota and St. Louis scoreless in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track. It's gone, baby. Ram-a-lamma ding-dong, a solo shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a one-run lead. 445 happy feet over the right field wall. Money Mike is back, baby. It's 2-1. Holy cow, did he pound that one over the right field wall. That was that same sinker. I think he was trying to bust him in, but it got way too much of the plate and went deep into the seats, into the stairwell in right center field. First pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and hacked out of a play. It's 0-1. Atlanta Braves, that's their 201st home run of the year. Coming into tonight's action, the closest team to them, 32 behind. Ronald Acuna is 0-for-0 with 2 walks tonight. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing foul. It's 0-2. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see everybody in the chat. Braves, if you're just joining us, Braves just took a 2-1 lead. Well, I'm glad I can bring a smile to your face, Tanner. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt, 1-2. So someone once asked me where I got that from. I was like, I just imagine it's kind of like, if you ever watched the old Batman where it was zip, boom, bam, where you would see that on the screen where they really knocked the crap out of someone. That's kind of where it came from. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled over to short. Good play by the shortstop. Nato fires it over to first. 6-3 put out. He hit that ball hard on the ground. I'll get the number here in a second. That ball was smoked. It just hit right to the shortstop. Looks like that came off the bat at 98 miles an hour. It was absolutely rifled. So here comes Ozzie Albies, and Ozzie Albies from the right-hand side, 1-for-2. The first pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Of course, the knock on Ozzie going into the season was he had much more power from the right as opposed to the left. He said a lot of more home runs on the left this side, but then again, it feels like we don't face left-handers much this year. The 0-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone, 1-1. In previous seasons, it feels like we were always facing lefties, and we just don't see them as much anymore. I don't know it's just the luck of the draw or what, but the 1-1 pitch, way outside wide, 2-1. Two-one count. The Braves lead at 2-1, bottom of the fifth inning. Ozzie scored in the first after singling. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. He came out of his shoes on that one. It's 2-2. He was trying to pound that one into the night. Tasmanian Devil style, about corkscrewed. In fact, he stretched his back out. I hope he didn't hurt himself. Braves lead at 2-1 after just moments ago, Michael Harris II went yard, 445 happy feet over the wall. The 2-2 pitch, rocks and fires, swing and a miss, strike three. Nope, he got a piece of it. All right, he stayed alive. Thought he missed it. Last second, home plate umpire Recheck said that he barely got a piece of it. We'll take it. It's 2-2. Last night we did not hit one. No, wait a minute. We did hit one last night. It was a couple of nights ago. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. So the Braves score a run. We'll end it there. Head to the top of the sixth.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Tanner, it got into the high 20s. I know that. And then when they didn't hit one, I remember them joking about it. It's been fairly recent, but I don't remember the game. I just remember them joking about it the next morning, basically saying, can you believe this team, they can't even hit a home run? First pitch on the way to Shohei Ohtani is swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Shohei Ohtani is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch, 98 just off the black, 1-1. I don't know what these tickets were going for, but I guarantee you quite a bit just to see this matchup. The 1-1 pitch, fastball swung on, rifled up the middle, off the glove of Arcia. It'll be an infield single for Ohtani. Hard hit ball. 1 on and nobody out. Braves lead by 1. Thank you, William. He scorched that ball. I thought Arcia was actually going to be able to make the play. He was diving to his knees towards first base, and it just hit off the lip of his glove. So 1 on, nobody out. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Money Mike, and he fires it back into the infield. Ohtani has to stay put, and there's 1 away. The way he was slowing down, I wasn't sure if it was gone or if he was going to have to make a leap. Instead, he caught it right at the 400-foot sign, so it's about a 399-foot blast. And Ohtani, had he tagged up, may have had a chance, but he had to retreat back to first. Moustakas comes to the plate. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss strike. Slider in the dirt, it's 0-1. Please hit that like button. Likes and subscribes save lives. The 0-1 pitch to Moustakas. Righty-lefty matchup. He is a switch hitter. The wind up to pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Michael Harris II. He'll make the catch. And there's now 2 away. So after the first out, Harris makes the catches on the 2 deep fly balls. Strider's 1 out away. From a quality start. He'll have to face Renfroe, though, who's been scorching red hot. The first pitch on the way is a fastball up top for a strike, 96. It's 0-1. CJ Cron is the 0-1 pitch. Ohtani is taken off, and he has second base stolen with ease. Strider kind of fell asleep there, didn't really look him back, and he got one heck of a jump. CJ Cron is their number 3 hitter, and he came over from Colorado in the trade along with Randall Grichuk this past week. First baseman. The 0-2 pitch to Renfroe. Fastball misses. Foul tip, strike 3. Got him! So we'll get out of that jam and be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Listen, I do not want to lose any other friends over this, but, are we supposed to hate Smash Mouth? Seriously, what is up? When did that start? Why is that happening? Nobody told me. I just got in a heated fight at the work site, dude. So whatever, you guys. If you don't like Smash Mouth, that's fine. I'll have them all to myself.
These are the top funniest baseball team names of all time. Number 10 are the Amarillo Sod Poodles. What in God's green earth is a sod poodle? I don't know, but somebody please give me one of their hats. Number 9, from my home state of Ohio, the Akron Rubber Ducks. Whoever decided to name a baseball team after a bath toy, good for you. Number 8 are the Traverse City Pit Spitters. Number 7, the Burlington Sock Puppets. The marketing part of every minor league baseball team has to be the only department that never has to get drug tested. Number 6, the Danville Dans. Their mascot isn't even a mascot. It's just a guy whose name is Dan. Number 5 are the San Antonio Flying Chanclas. What is a chancla, you might ask? It's a flip-flop that abuelas throw at their grandchildren when they are misbehaving. Number 4, the Rocket City Trash Pandas. I don't know if I should just be amazed because you guys came up with such a hilarious name. Number 3, the Missouri River Motorboaters. The Bismarck Larks are changing their name to this for one day. They said it was because they want to honor their boat-loving fans. Sure, yeah, right. Number 2 are the Carolina Disco Turkeys. What is a disco turkey? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Take all of my money. And number 1, the Florence Yalls. What is their team name? A yawl. What is a yawl? A water tower. What?
Imagine Bob Feller, 17 years old, in the small farming town of Van Meter, Iowa, throwing against the proverbial wall of the barn and having a fastball that could beat any in the major league at that time. What was particularly extraordinary when the young feller at 17 came into the major leagues, and what people forget is that his fastball was so great because his curveball was extraordinary too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bottom of the 6th inning, Austin Riley coming to the plate. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. Coming to the mound now for the Los Angeles Angels is the right-hander Jacob Webb. Jacob Webb, 29-year-old right-hander. First pitch on the way, 96 up top. Catches the zone. It's 0-1. You'll remember Jacob Webb pitched for the Atlanta Braves, drafted by the Braves, 2014, and in the 18th round, pitched for Atlanta up to 2021. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 95 on the outer edge. It's 0-2. So Webb himself does have a ring. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, 96, blew it right by him. It's good morning, good afternoon, good night. His return to Atlanta. Always thought he had good stuff. I hated to see him go. An injury sidelined him last year. Seems to have gotten over it. He is throwing smoke. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is up and out of the zone. It's 1-0. On this date in 1899, Louisville infielder Honus Wagner is the 1-0 pitch. Down and in, 2-0. Louisville infielder Honus Wagner steals second, third, and home plate during the 4th inning of the Colonels' 7-1 victory over the Giants. The 25-year-old Flying Dutchman will accomplish this cycle 4 times in his career. The 2-0 pitch, down and out of the zone, 3-0. Establishing a major league record, which he still owns and shares with Ty Cobb. The 3-0 pitch, fastball right down the pipe, taken all the way by Olson. It's 3-1. On this day in 1918, the Pirates break the longest scoreless tie in baseball history. This is the 3-1 pitch, kicks and deals, down and in, ball 4. So Olson will go down and take first base with 1 out. Sean Murphy coming to the plate. On this date, 1918, the Pirates break the longest scoreless tie in baseball history when the team rallies for 2 runs in the top of the 21st inning for an eventual 2-0 win over Boston at Boston Braves Field. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on, grounded over third, and it's a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. We've seen that story. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Heading here to the top of the 7th inning. Atlanta Braves leading by just 1. They will send Spencer Strider back out there. We've seen this story before where they send him back out there for that final inning, try to squeeze one more out of him. First pitch on the way to Moniak is a swing and a missed strike. It's 0-1. Past couple of times he's been out there sending him to the 7th inning, he's ran out of gas. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. On this date in 1933, Carl Hubble, his 45 1/3 scoreless inning streak comes to an end. As the 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's rifled into right field, down for a base hit. 1 on, nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Carl Hubble's 45 1/3 inning scoreless streak comes to an end when Randy Moore hits a 2-run single in the 6th inning of the Giants' 3-1 loss at Boston at the Polo Grounds. Lost to Boston, at the Polo Grounds, the Boston Braves. By blanking Boston for the first 5 frames, the future Hall of Famer, is the first pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. By blanking Boston the first 5 frames, the future Hall of Fame southpaw surpasses Ed Rulebach's National League mark of 44 innings established with the Cubs in 1908. First pitch, or the 0-1 pitch on the way from Strider is swung on and fouled back out of play. 97 up top. It's 0-2. On this date in 1978, as the Braves do have a righty and lefty warming up, it's Mentor and Jimenez. Pete Rose makes the last out when he strikes out on a Gene Garber Atlanta Braves changeup. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's 1 away. That is the 9th strikeout for Spencer Strider. 1 away from the line in Vegas. First pitch on the way from Strider to Tice is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Tice. Swing and a miss, 97 right down the pipe. It's 1-1. On this date, 1978, making the last out when he strikes out on a Gene Garber changeup. Atlanta Braves Gene Garber changeup. Pete Rose goes 0 for 4, ending his 44-game hitting streak, 1 shy of the NL record. The 1-1. 98 just misses off the edge, 2-1. The Reds' third baseman tied Willie Willie Killer's 1897 mark from the Boston Braves franchise National League record the night before after getting a hit off of future Hall of Famer Phil Niekro. The 2-1 is 98 up top, swing and a miss, blew it right by him. He evens up the count at 2-2. That was in 1978, and that is your turn back time for August 1st in Major League Baseball history. The 2-2 swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Only play is to first. He'll flip it over and toss it to Olsen. It's a 4-3 put out on the play. The runner will head down to second. Well, good luck to you on the 6K Sunday. Underwater. Shooting for 23 to 24 minutes. I'm not sure if I could drive that. Something tells me I'd get stuck in traffic. So Strider goes back to work, and he's at 106 pitches, now 107. The first pitch is 1-0 is 96 off the edge. The 107th of the night, it's 1-0. They are doing this again to Strider. It's unbelievable. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Swung at a wild ball in the dirt. It's 1-1. Got bailed out on there. Top of the order is due up. I would think come hell or high water, this is his last batter. The 1-1 to Nito. Slider misses, 2-1. Nito is batting .244 with 8 home runs, 29 RBI. The 2-1 pitch. Inside hits him. Smacks him up against the shoulder. And he'll head down to first. He gave an ugly stare to Strider. I don't know what the punk is thinking, because if he thinks he hit him intentionally, you're the number 9 hitter. You're terrible. The last thing he's trying to do is hit you. Snicker will finally get up off his can and go get Strider. Finishes with 109 pitches. We'll be back in a flash.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least one at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez will be tasked with trying to get us out of this jam. It's 2 down, top of the order. Runners on first and second. The first pitch from Joe is a swing and a miss strike. Slider in the dirt. It's 0-1. Looked it up real quick just to double check. There were no other moves made in Major League Baseball than the ones we talked about at pregame. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him way out in front on that slider. It's 0-2. First one went in the dirt. The other one trailed in off the plate just behind his knees. And Jimenez is 1 strike away from getting us out of this jam. The 0-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and hits it hard down the right field line. Just foul. Do it again. If he gets out of this, nothing will be said. But if he doesn't, this is this is the third, it might even be the fourth time in a row that Strider's been left in an inning too long and then runs out of gas, and it takes him forever to go get him. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees, 1-2. Truly is dumbfounding. And if you watch the the show, the 3-5 show, the last time it happened, Snicker was quoted after the game saying it's hard to explain. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, taps it foul past the first base line. Do it again at 1-2. He said it was hard to explain why it happens. It's not hard to explain. You leave him in too long. He runs out of gas, and they see him third and fourth time down through the order. The 1-2 pitch from Jimenez. Righty-lefty matchup on the way. Swing and lifted down the line. Foul. We'll do it again. You know, you would think, knowing Ohtani is looming, that they would have been a little more aggressive. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, tapped over to short. Arcia has got it. Fires it over to first, and it is a 6-3 putout to get us out of the inning. Angels threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. Oh, 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something up crack to down.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be all game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna leads off the inning, and Webb is back out there to work, fires a cutter on the outer edge of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, right there for a strike. 0-2. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 1 with the walk. The 0-2 pitch, just off the plate wide. 1-2. Eddie Rosario is standing on deck. The 1-2 pitch, down and in. 2-2. So Rosario will be taking over for Pilar. The 2-2 pitch, down and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Marcell Ozuna. Rosario stands on deck. In the hole is Arcia. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 up top. Ozuna wanted to ask the Home plate umpire Jeremy Rehack, if he swung at a strike or a ball, pretty sure that was right there in the zone. Regardless, is one away. So Rosario, who got the first part of the night off, will step in. 246 hours. Been slumping a little bit. Maybe this will put a jolt in his bat. The first pitch on the way. Down, out of the zone. Change up. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Angels 1. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. 96 up top. Man, ball's really exploding out of his hands. It's 1-1. Remember him being a hard thrower, but he seems to have more of a control. The 1-1 swung on, and that ball is going to get laced down into left center field, scooping up and grabbing his Grichuk. Rosario thought about making a round around first. Has to slam on the brakes and hustle back into first. He'll beat the throw, and it's a 1-out single to get the Atlanta Braves going here in the bottom of the 7th inning. One on, one out. The Braves lead by 1, and Orlando Arcia, who's 0-2, comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Arcia is down and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Lando Arcia stands in with a .293 batting average, 10 home runs. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 up top, 1-1. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II, who's already hit 1 home run. Acuna's in the hole. He's hoping for big things. He already has his arm pad on hanging over the first base dugout. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Baltimore is all over Toronto, so the Braves need to win to keep pace and stay 3 in front of Baltimore for the best record in baseball. Tampa Bay was winning as well. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. Slider off the edge of the plate. So a 2-2 count, the pitch on the way, swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep, going back on the track. That ball is hammered, it's high. You ain't got to stay here. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here, ball. It is 4-1, your Atlanta Braves. Holy Toledo, did he pound that ball into the night. He roasted that ball. 95 miles an hour. Timed it perfectly. And that ball, yet another big-time souvenir, and your Braves lead at 4-1. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second is going high and deep and going back on the track. Hold everything. That's another whopper. The Braves lead at 5-1. His second homer of the night, 11th of the year, 427 happy feet, and the Atlanta Braves are all over Webb. He hung a slider, and Harris must have been sitting on it because he did not miss that one iota. Golf shot over the center field wall into the shrubs, back-to-back jacks, and here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. Ronald Acuna Jr., as Webb is talking to his hind catcher out there at the mound. Tice is telling him, you're in trouble, and Webb is saying, yeah, I know I'm in trouble. Get your ass back behind the plate. Braves are leading at 5-1 after exploding for 3 runs here in the last 45 seconds or so. Now it's Acuna's turn. The first pitch on the way to Acuna, swung on and rifles it straight back against the screen. It's 0-1. He almost got that one. He hit that ball, went straight back. Anytime you see that, you know he just missed it. The 0-1 pitch. Up high, 95, 1-1. Ronald Acuna's 0-for-1 with 2 walks. Braves now lead at 5-1. The 1-1. Swing and rifles it back foul again. He is just missing that pitch. It's 1-2. Can't imagine he'll see another fastball anytime soon because he is going to tag that thing if he keeps on. Baltimore now leads Toronto 11-3. The 1-2 pitch off the edge. 2-2. Angel fans are scoreboard watching, so they're pulling for Baltimore as they're trying to catch the wild card. We're pulling for Toronto as we're trying to lengthen our lead in the best record in baseball. The 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. Fastball right down the pipe, and I don't know if he was looking for the changeup or just got locked up. But there's 2 away. 2 down, and Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Ozzie had a single from the right side and scored a run. Now he's on the left side. The first pitch is in the dirt to Ozzie. And it's 1-0. Minnesota and St. Louis are tied at 1. Mets on top of the Royals 1-0 in the 5th. The 1-0 pitch. Misses outside wide. 2-0. The 2-0. Lets it fly. Swing! And that ball's popped up high in the sky. Will it stay in play? Looks like it will. Drifting and making a wild catch in the infield is the third baseman, Moustakas, and that'll end the inning. But out for your Atlanta Braves, put 3 on the board. We'll be back on the flash. It's 5-1, hot Atlanta, GA.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Armchair.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, the great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back, Braves country. Atlanta Braves lead it now 5-1. Shohei Ohtani's coming to the plate. Worst he can do is make it a 3-run game. It's home runs by Michael Harris II and Orlando Arcia have opened this game up. AJ Minter step in, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball, down and away. It's 1-0. AJ Minter faced Ohtani last night and got him. The 1-0 pitch lifts and fires right there at the top of the zone. Cutter clips the high side. One and one. The 1-1 pitch lets it go. Off the plate wide. Ball 2, 2-1. So Miami ended up spitting the bit, and they lost to Philadelphia 3-1. They lost that in the ninth inning, so it's probably their new closer, David Robertson. The 2-1 pitch, high and inside. 96 misses. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Obviously not intentional. Minter misses mark by quite a bit. 3-1 count to Ohtani. Nothing good comes from this, right? The 3-1 pitch. Minter lets it fly. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 3-2. Be interested to see if that indeed was the case. With the Marlins. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. Do it again at 3-2. They had a 1-0 lead going into the ninth inning. And it looks like as the 3-2 pitch swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at a high one hopper to Matt Olson. He'll step on first, and there's one away. Pulling it up, and it indeed was Robertson. Gave up 3 earned runs in the top of the ninth inning, spoiling a very good outing by Sandy Alcantara, who went 8 innings, 5 strikeouts, no earned runs. And the Marlins lose 3-1 tonight. First pitch on the way to CJ Cron is swung on and hit high and deep into left field and poorly played. It'll drop down for a base hit. Arcia got closer to the ball than Rosario, and it was in pretty deep left field. You look at it, and Arcia is charging. Rosario was just kind of lightly jogging in. It's become a theme with Eddie Rosario. So 1 on, 1 out, and the first pitch on the way to Moustakas is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. It's interesting that Moustakas is batting left-handed primarily. Now, when he first came up years ago, he was switch hitting, but evidently he gave up the switch hitting and went straight to left-handed pretty early on in his career. The 0-1 pitch. Top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-2. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, that's crazy that they go out and they make the big acquisition for a closer in Robertson, and he blows pretty big game to them. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out. I believe that was, I could be wrong, but I think that was his first appearance. It was definitely his first save opportunity. So an 0-2 count, runner on first, 1 away. They set up outside wide, lefty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that cutter off the edge. Might have been just a hair out of the zone. Good pitch by Mitchell. When he's got that cutter fading off like that, it's almost like a sharp slider. It's hard for the lefties to make contact. It's hard for the righties to keep from jamming themselves. Renfroe comes to the plate, 0 for 3. First pitch, 95 high and inside. It's 1-0. This Atlanta Braves team is going to win another World Series. The man on the mound right now is going to have to be a big part of it. It's good to see him back. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and tapped foul off the plate. 1-1. Pittsburgh beat Detroit 4-1. Philly over Miami 3-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the first base dugout. It's 1-2. Colorado and San Diego just got underway. They're tied at 1. New York and Kansas City are tied at 1 in the 6th. Houston 2-0 over Cleveland in the 6th. Texas 1-0 over the White Sox in the 7th, and the Cubs all over Cincinnati 13-3 in the 5th. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Arcea's got it. He'll walk over and step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So the Angels put one on but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash heading to the bottom of the 8th.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ryu, by the way, made his debut for the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. Didn't go so well. Gave up either 4 or 5 earned runs. And he'll take the loss as they're getting pounded by Baltimore. Carlos Rodon had another rough outing for the Yankees against Tampa Bay. First pitch on the way from the new pitcher, Medeiros. Victor Medeiros is down and out of the zone to Austin Riley. It's 1-0. Riley's 1 for 3 with a single. The 1-0 pitch. Down and out of the zone, 2-0. The 2-0. Inside, ball 3, 3-0. That, I'll tell you what, that's got to be a kicker. If you're a Yankee fan, not only has your offense just not been there all year, as the 3-0 pitch, well, they're going to call that a very low strike. Very low strike. I mean, he could have either tied his shoes or swung at the ball. It was that low. The 3-1 pitch to Riley. Swung on and missed. It's 3-2. But Carlos Rodon, all that money they spent on him, well over $160 million. I don't remember the exact number now. 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and hard over to third, and it is going to almost die in the grass. Charging is the third baseman. Moustakas cannot make the play. He throws it over to first, but Riley will beat it out after he beat it into the ground, and it's an infield single for the Rake. I wonder when the last time he got one of those. But not only has Carlos Rodon not lived up to expectations, I saw a statistic on Anthony Rizzo today. This is the first pitch on the way to Olsen. Clips the top of the zone for a strike with the bender. It's 0-1. Since the middle of May, he's hit like 190, has one home run. And his OPS is the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. Is the worst for starting first baseman in Major League Baseball in that time frame. They had it laid out, and I wish I had had a chance to jot it down. I was busy at my day job. But anyways, the short of it is it wasn't even close. And it's not like Rizzo is some scrub. I mean, he's always been a good hitter. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. But their offense, and I'm really surprised they didn't try to bring some kind of bat into their offense at this deadline. The 1-2 to Olsen. Rocks and fire. Swing! And the ball's fouled out of play. 96 well out of play over the third base dugout into the second deck, and it's 1-2. So if this score holds, we should hold our 3-game lead over Baltimore and 4.5 over Tampa, as Tampa is leading the Yankees late. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep. Is it fair? Because it is gone. It is just foul. Matt Olson looking at the dugout, basically saying, we going to challenge that? Olson might have had a better view. He might think it's gone. I mean, you might as well give it a try. Why not? He hammered that ball. And I'll tell you what, looking at the replay, I don't know what kind of view they're going to have, but it looks fair. It looks like it crossed over the foul pole after getting us a much better view now. I think that ball is gone. They are going to review it. They should. While they do that, let's hit the birthdays. Some of these are from yesterday. Didn't get a chance to do the birthdays. Got sidetracked. So I'm going to these people are having birthdays either yesterday or today. I'll put it that way. Reese Olson, pitcher from the Tigers from Gainesville, Georgia. He turns 24. You remember Leon Durham, the Bull from the Chicago Cubs? He turns 66. And the replay comes back. They're going to say it's foul. I'm telling you, if you look at that replay, I think it went over the went out of the yard past the foul pole and then took a right. But they may not have had a very good look at it, because the wording they used was the call stands. So there you go. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. That's a shame, too, because that ball was absolutely hammered. I would have liked to have just known how far that damn thing went. It was into the night. The 2-2 to Olson. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 96 under the hands, and there's one away. Back to the birthdays. Happy birthday to former Braves pitcher Mike Bielecki. 59. Edgerrin James is 45. Scotty Barnes, NBA Rookie of the Year last year, turns 22 today. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Non-baseball birthdays. Wesley Snipes turns 61. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. This will make you feel old. Not only is Dean Cain Superman 57, but if you watched the Cosby Shows, the 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third, and it's going to be another 5-4-3 double play by Murphy as he jogs down the first base line. That'll end the inning. Another double play kills it. We'll be back in a flash for the top of the 9th inning.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! They're the best team in the National League! Oh, they lose 1 game! They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
1 pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Raciel Iglesias coming in to try to slam the door here as the Braves lead it by 4. Finish up those birthdays real quick. Talk about feeling old. Tempest Bledsoe, Vanessa Huxtable, she turned 50 yesterday. And Zach Brown is 45, and that's your birthdays in Braves Country. Raciel Iglesias will step in. And he is set to face the 6, 7, and 8 batters, Moniak, Grichuk, and Tice. The first pitch on the way is a changeup. Whoa, that is low, low, low. We'll take it. It's on 1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and broke the bat. Hit it over towards third. Went foul. That ball sawed in half. And it's 0-2. That bat just shattered in half. Fortunately for him, that's not the one with the cork in it, right? The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Raciel Iglesias, 1 up, 1 down. It's good to see that because sometimes these closers come in when they're not eligible for a save. Sometimes they struggle a little bit. First pitch on the way to Grichuk is 96. Right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. And if we can get Iglesias pitching the way he did at the end of last year, the 0-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up high and over towards third. Will it stay? It will stay in play. Austin Riley makes the catch. And there's quickly 2 away. So 2 down. And that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Matt Tice, the hind catcher. Lucas Giolito versus Yanni Chirinos on the mound tomorrow. 12:20 first pitch. We'll bring it to you. Pitch is swung on, hit hard on the ground. Ozzie has to race over there, makes the catch, flips it over to first, a one-hopper. Good play by Olsen, and that'll end the inning. That'll end the game. Your Atlanta Braves. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 5-1. Game ball has to go to Michael Harris II. 2 home runs, 2 solo shots. You got to give credit to the absolute bomb that was hit by Orlando Arcia and the great outing by Spencer Strider. The Atlanta Braves win this game 5-1 in a game that pretty tidy game. A sellout of 41,777. So just over the sellout mark in an even 2.5 hours. A little surprised it wasn't a little bigger than that. I know it's a middle of the week game in August, but with Shohei Ohtani, I thought that place would be just overflowing with people. The Braves win it. They go to 68-37 on the year. And with that, the Braves, double check it for you real quick before I misspeak. The Braves' magic number would go to 46. So 46 is the number for the Atlanta Braves to clinch the division. As the Phillies win again, the Marlins also will gain ground on them. Dodgers have not even started yet. They start in about 20 minutes. Just to finish up the scoreboard, Rays beat the Yankees. And other games of interest, that's about it that is in the actual books. Nationals lost to the Brewers. Mets and Royals are still playing. So that'll do it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win in a game where they hit 3 more home runs, 203 for the year. We'll see you tomorrow. 12:20 first pitch. Pregame will come on right about noon to get you ready and rolling for looks like that a pretty quiet trading deadline. In some ways, that's a good sign. That means we've got a pretty good team, but I know a lot of folks are disappointed we didn't add something. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Y'all have a great day, Braves country. Braves win 5-1, and we'll go for the series win tomorrow, the rubber match, and what will essentially be a bullpen game. Chirinos, you hope to get through the lineup twice. We'll talk more about it tomorrow morning. Have a great, great night. Braves win it 5-1 against the Los Angeles Angels.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights, and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Bye.